7992 today.
This summer, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill is bringing you spectacular savings and a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. That's over $11,000 in savings. Or finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
How's your French going?
You can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
TGIF. Happy Friday. Dawn Stensland, Dan Borowski's here. What's Greg Stocker still here? He's supposed to be in a beauty photo shoot. But in the house, we are honored to have the executive director of Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, as well as somebody that I go way back with. Well, both of you I've known for many years, but Maureen Faulkner in the house. And, of course, really an iconic figure here in Philadelphia. We've known Maureen, who's been in the headlines, who has been in our hearts for so many years throughout the good, the bad, the ugly, the tragic, and sometimes the heartwarming. So want to bring you in. Honored to have you both here this morning and get a little behind the headlines, beyond the headlines, if you will. So first, Mark and Maureen, I don't know who wants to start, but when you think about 38 years, when you started this way back in the day, think about, did you imagine that 38 years later, you would still be fundraising? You would still be running a nonprofit that reaches out, in particular, to grieving widows, grieving children, supporting those critically injured who protect and serve?
No, absolutely not. Just never dreamed of it. But the motivation was for me was Maureen and watching Maureen and Danny Faulkner's friends on the force, his squad, watching them how they had to deal with Danny's murder. And that's when I realized what a difficult job it was to do and that they needed our support. So it's very easy to stick with it. It's very easy to keep working hard at it. It's a mission that so many people have joined and appreciate. And it's all because of Maureen's strength over all of these years for Danny's name, fighting for Danny's name.
And Maureen Faulkner, just in case there's somebody new, I doubt it, but just to do the backdrop of Daniel Faulkner, Officer Daniel Faulkner, who was essentially executed on the job. Many have said it was a setup. Convicted, still in prison. A guy who's now known as Mumia Abu Jamal, who that wasn't his name at the time. He's changed his name and received a lot of attention, and there's a lot of fake news surrounding that whole situation. But, Maureen, I think one of the times over the years that we spoke was right around the time, I believe it was Governor Corbett, as I recall, Republican, full disclosure. Mm-hmm. You met with him because, in essence, as a widow, grieving a young widow, standing up for Danny, his justice, you had fought. But at some point, there was an opportunity where you were basically promised that this whole appeals process that dragged you and the Faulkner family basically back to that point of having to relive his execution, his shooting and killing on the job with a uniformed police officer. And I just want to take people back to that moment in history, if I could, Maureen Faulkner, to talk about what you went through, and even when you were basically promised that if you signed off on kind of this plea deal, that you'd never have to deal with the fact of revisiting your husband Danny's murder.
That's true. And what happened was, I mean, in the state of Pennsylvania, the reality is no one is going to be put to death. And it was years and years and years we waited. And then we were approached and told that if Jamal ever got put in general population, he would be put in a maximum security prison. There would be absolutely no more appeals. He would rot in prison until the day he dies. And that's what I was told by the governor. I was told by all of the everyone in the
judicial
prison,
system,
the prison system, everyone. And one of the most shocking times I had was when I left Philadelphia and flew back to California, and I saw Jamal in the arms of his wife. I thought I was seeing things. I just screamed and cried. I mean, they had conjugal rights. There was nothing told to me that they were going to have conjugal rights. Nothing about that. So I flew back and spoke with the governor, and that is when he said he made all prisons in Pennsylvania maximum security prisons, because Mumia at the time was in, and still is in, Mahe prison, and it's a soft prison. I mean, they have flowers, they get law library, they get out to work out, and there is no such thing as, even with life without possibility of parole or the death penalty, they still get out of prison, every day. They get 4 to 5 hours a day out of prison in the state of Pennsylvania. I don't know if people know that, but it's true.
Yeah, and so in that case, I just wanted to bring that forth to talk about this, because it's not something that where your 25-year-old husband at the time was, murdered. It was right before Christmas, right? December 9th, 1981. He's gunned down, and his killer is convicted in a court, even though there was a family member. If you go through those old files, which I've reported on for many years, who even testified against, what was Wesley Cook was his name at the time, later changed his name and became like a cause celeb and all of that. But I want to bring that forth to the pain and anguish, and sometimes the feeling that, the convicted killers see, and the offenders, the perpetrators, sometimes it feels like they get more rights than the actual victims and their families. I mean, that's something you've talked about.
Yes, and I think the families really need to keep note that wherever their murders are in the state of Pennsylvania, you keep a check on what prison they are in and the rights and that they are getting, why they are in prison. Because so many people, well, they're on death row, they only get 1 hour a day. No, not true. They get more than 1 hour a day out. They get to educate, they get to get their their law degrees, they get to get their master's degrees, they get a lot. And this is what the victims do not realize. So we need to stay astute on knowing what is going on with the people that murdered our loved ones.
And it's something that, when I look at this, that's why the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation providing these immediate grants, emotional support to the families, not just the widow or the spouse, but as well the children, family members, but the emotional support and of fallen and critically injured first responders. And so just want to point this out, that your generosity, if you can't ride, I'm not riding. I'll be there on Sunday. I will go. I'll be there. You'll see me. I can't ride this year, and we're out of town on Saturday. I'm just coming back early. But I will just tell you that whatever that looks like, if you can show up either for the launch of the bike ride early in the morning, later in the day down the shore, or whether you can go online and you can go to either, as Greg said, gregstockersucks.com. You can go to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's fbbcf.org. And you'll see where you can just even donate. And every dollar, just even though it's, it is a write-off because it's a 501c3 nonprofit, also that every dollar, every donation to show how many people support, you're just saying, hey, Maureen Faulkner, hey, Stephanie Mack, over the years, I think of Judy Cassidy, who I got to know, whose husband Chuck was, at the just stopping in a shop and was gunned down. All of these individuals that we've gotten to know over the years, and you may remember them as you're watching on YouTube, or maybe you're listening here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You remember, remember Andy Chan. You think of somebody injured on the job. All of this is to support them, not just monetarily, but I'm talking about just showing, hey, we love you guys. We support you. What has that support meant to you and your family, Maureen?
Oh, it's been tremendous. It really has. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, they have been wonderful to me. They've supported me in so many different ways. They stood beside me when I needed help, and they have really given me the warmth and the caring I needed when I was quite desperate. And I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes.
How about if you dunk me?
Are you in the dunk machine?
I'm gonna let you dunk me, and we'll raise a little money. How about that?
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
So, so that'll be afterwards.
All right.
I would say, Mark, and that's a piece of it that we don't talk enough about, is that the celebration after the ride is so much fun, because there's this obviously a relief after the bike ride, but also just to celebrate, and it's a nice party that people could come to, right?
Yeah, virtually everybody at the party has some connection to the first responder world. So you're in the middle of this group of like-minded people who many have just ridden a bike 65 miles and believe in this cause, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful environment that we look forward to every year. It's just so much fun to come and be a part of it. And anybody can come in. We ask for a donation at the gate, but then the beer's flowing and Wawa's catering it. And you'll get to see the 1210 team. You'll get to see Maureen Faulkner. What a great day. So Come on out. If it's going to be a nice day, we're going to hold that rain off till late afternoon. Come on down to Atlantic City and come to the party.
Hey, Mark, what color is that water going to be in that tank top?
It was clean last year, yeah. Unlike a couple of years ago where my eyes were on fire for about a month.
Didn't he only do it 1 year, I think?
Yeah,
he's a hoot.
Yeah, he still gives me a hard time, by the way.
And, the other piece of it is, we talked about victims' rights. I do think there's a lot of good that comes out of coming together. In Montgomery County, kudos to, for example, Kevin Steele. I think their Wheels of Justice group where they ride, I think they're the number one team with $140,000 worth of donations, if I'm not mistaken.
And counting, and it'll be the 12th or 13th year that they've been the number one team. So thanks so much to Wheels of Justice. And Kevin Steele is just fantastic.
And how much has, this is my snarky, self, but how much has the Larry Krasner team? Is there a Krasner team?
Yeah, I don't think they have a team.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm seriously, I'm not being facetious here. I wish that our Philadelphia DA, Larry Krasner, would actually join in, because I actually think that what happens is through the conversations, there's a lot of good that comes between all of these individuals coming together as human beings. Yeah, you leave your professional self, but to understand everybody's journey in all seriousness is a helpful thing no matter what your job. Media, there are a lot of people in media who go. That's important. But whether you're on the prosecutor side, the defense attorney side, the law enforcement side, state, local, etc., I would invite, I wish DA Larry Krasner, who I think is a fit guy, I wish I wish the district attorney's office would join in, because if you did, you would grow as people, as professionals. I think that's important.
We had a lot of support in the past from the DA's office in Philadelphia, but not since Krasner's been in. And I got to tell you, I'm pretty good that he's not involved, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Well, we can bring him some ropes and rocks, and he can go in the dunk tank.
Yeah, get in the dunk tank. Now we're talking here. Boy, it'll be a long line.
I know. You probably raise $1 million just on that one. But if we want to be humble about it, I would say I wish their office. I think that's the kind of thing we need to open up that conversation and bring forth change and understanding, because we've been lectured a whole lot, especially during the defund the police movement. We've been lectured about, policing and how policing has to change. And you know what? Nobody is more welcome to that than cops saying, yeah, I'll wear a body cam. Yeah, I'll do this. I'll do that. And right. And changing culture. Maybe the other side needs to have an openness, right? And humility. I think that would be part of it. That's just my little take. Mark and Maureen, we'll see. I know Dan's going to start doing a dance if I don't wrap up.
Okay.
We will see you on Sunday.
See you on Sunday, everyone.
Thanks, Maureen. Mark, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
care.
a million.
Bye.
Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, FBBCF.org or GregStalkerSucks.com. Please do it, and I will see you there.
Okay.
Be right back.
On the summer heat. Beryl Reese here. Join me in celebrating another Philadelphia Eagles championship season at the Mann Center on July 24th. Sponsored by Jefferson Health. We'll relive the unforgettable highlights of the Birds championship run while the Philadelphia Orchestra plays the iconic music of NFL Films Live. It'll be a night no Eagles fan will want to miss. Parking is free. A portion of the proceeds supports the Eagles Autism Foundation and the Mann Center's free arts education initiatives. Tickets on sale at mancenter.org.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus, where everyone pays what employees pay. It might as well be Christmas in July. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xE for only $289 a month for 24 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Get ready for
your workouts will...
Stay tuned for...
Are you tired of...
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carats, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So thank you to Maureen, to Mark. We hope you come out. Like I say, just even come out spontaneous. If you're down the shore already, just stop by because it'll be in Atlantic City and the party goes in the afternoon. Whatever that looks like, come on by or just go to the website and donate. It's Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, FBBCF.org, GregStockerSucks.com. He doesn't really... See, here's the thing, Kev Poles, if you're listening, it should be Greg Stocker Rocks. That should be the site. GregStockerRocks.com. I know, I always have to be, the other way. That's why I'm being sincere when I say Krasner should just, show some humility, join in, and let's just try to have the conversation. Or we could have a Krasner look-alike in the dunk tank.
Oh, yeah.
Sunday.
I mean,
That'd
you
be
would raise
funny.
a ton of money
Oh
with
my
Krasner in
gosh.
a dunk tank. Are you kidding me?
Can you imagine?
Come on, Lair.
Come
Do it
on.
for a good cause.
The other layer. So.
Yes, the other
we have
Lair.
I know, the other.
The lesser Lair.
Are we done? Are we done with talking about the Epstein thing, Dan Borowski? Could we be done?
I'm not.
God.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm so sick of it.
I know. Well, you've also spent 4 hours talking about it. So.
Oh, my. I can't take it. Here's the thing. Remember the daddy comment from the NATO chief and then the reporter who said, did you call him daddy? So I had to do it in my Peppa Pig voice. Like, daddy is not happy. So whatever that looks like, I think all of the above can be true at once. Trump, are we sick of celebrating all of his incredible accomplishments? By the way, he's signing into law today, if he hasn't done so already, because the House approved the so-called rescissions bill, which means they're just doing Doge. Okay, so he's signing Doge. He's signing something into law that says we believe in the Department of Government Efficiency, which that department obviously continues, and we're Doging items such as different foreign aid, such as a corporation that funds media. We don't need NPR in the traditional sense anymore. Back in the day, it was the beginning of the television days. It was in the 1960s. We have streaming. We have all different forms of media. And so, look, I don't mind revisiting that and saying, should government give grants to different media that speaks to different communities? Okay, sure. Apply for the grant. But I think that it should not be taken for granted, or it should not be automatic. I think that when you think about a grant, when you apply for that, it's not an easy process, but it's a way to, in essence, vet an organization, make sure they are who they say they are. And they ask the question, how many, for example, you're a nonprofit and you're looking for a grant? Okay. Or you're a for-profit and you're looking for a grant? Let's look at your company. And let's look at, you have to be accountable for what you say that grant is going to do. You want to work with kids in the community? You want to give people who aren't given a voice, actually help them have a voice, shine a spotlight? Okay, you got to prove it. You got to write that up in the grant. So that doesn't take away from the fact that we still have grants for certain media entities or documentaries. We absolutely do. That's all available. But to give all of these, billions of dollars over the year for something that's taken for granted, for something that it has become, unfortunately, a mouthpiece for very liberal policies, no, I'm not good with my tax dollars going there. I would say the same for, let's just think about this, your tax dollars at work. Think about this for a moment. Think about going out to the West Norton market that we've seen all of the media focus. It's made national news. It's made international news. Why? Because you had all these people out in the community and they're saying they're very upset. They're very upset with these ICE people. Remember that story that aired, and they interviewed different women who rushed to the scene where you had federal law enforcement in clearly a well-planned arrest situation where they go and they arrest 14 individuals or they take them into custody. And these individuals, by all accounts, even the woman who runs the market admits that they knew they were here illegally, have not filed the proper types of paperwork, but they were trying to get some of them red cards. So do you know when they were trying to get the red cards? After federal officials through immigration showed up at the market. Now, how did they know they were there? I'm going to tell you, because somebody called. Because somebody called and said something. So they investigate, they go there, they ask the manager, are these individuals here legally, illegally? Do they have the proper, legal paperwork to be in this country, to be here? No, she admitted they didn't. But okay, now we're going to try to get them something. So in other words, they didn't even try to get a red card until, this is according to the manager, until somebody recently visited. So I'm going to ask you this. What did they think was going to happen? In other words, they basically were giving them a warning, because this administration has clearly said, you want amnesty? You know what the amnesty program, there is an amnesty program, by the way. We talked about amnesty earlier on Kale and Company. Do you know what the amnesty program is? It's the Trump version of amnesty. It's this app. So they changed up the Biden app that was illegal. And if you want to leave the country, you can leave. They're going to help pay for your trip to help you leave and legally leave and go back to your country or even the border, over the border. And then the amnesty given to you is that nobody's going to hold it against you that you were here illegally. That's the little Trump amnesty that was already given. So whether you call it amnesty or grace, you can do that. And so essentially what I infer from this whole situation that nobody's reporting on is that our little local market in Montgomery County, they were giving them a heads up to say, okay, you're admitting to us that you're all here illegally. You haven't even filed paperwork for the red card. Maybe you're scrambling now. Go ahead and go and leave legally. We'll help you do that, because then no harm, no foul. And then if you want to apply, you can stand in line with all of the others who've been standing in line already to legally come here and legally become a citizen of the United States of America. I got to take a quick break. Thanks for being here at Dawn Stensland on X, 855-839-1210 if you want to call in. Be right back.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So let's get to it. We have our friend Val from Delco, who I first, I don't know how long we've known each other, but during Val, just to remind you, is the one who was promoting people in Delaware County to exercise your legal rights to just stay in line, stand in line. And that really became a mantra for all of us to stand in line. You stay in line. That's your right. Don't leave the line. And remember, Val here you are, you're a mom. You are a respectable citizen. They arrested you. They dragged you out of there. It was crazy. But you were one of the first, and even Trump repeated that line, was Zioli on election night, was Trump said, stand in line. But that was something that I think you started it, Val. I'm not even sure if you started it or maybe you had heard
Hi, Dawn.
Hi. Sorry, I'm rambling. It's a crazy Friday. I know it's a crazy Friday for you. How are you?
Good. Long time no talk.
I know.
So I think I was the one who started it. People were standing in line to vote early by mail at the government center in Media. And, the employees were telling them, if you don't have a pressing reason to vote, you shouldn't be in this line, et cetera, et cetera. But, I said, no, you stay in line. Please stay in line and vote. And they arrested me, as you know. And later that day, Lara Trump, she was great. She repeated that line, stay in line and vote. She put it all over X.
Yeah.
President Trump repeated it, Michael Watley. So, I do think some good came of it, and people did stay in line. So anyway, but you want to talk about
I want to get to the next thing.
Governor Shapiro?
Yes. So, Val...
I'm going to have to jump off of here. But
I know you've had furniture delivery. So, Val Bianconello, you were reposting something that was being put out there by especially a lot of women and Senate, the GOP with Senate women, really critical of Josh Shapiro. I love Stacey Garrity, our treasurer. I've been a fan of hers, a fangirl for a long time. Take us through it, if you will.
Stacey's terrific.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Stacey is terrific. Will she run for governor? I don't know. But obviously, Josh Shapiro is, he's not happy about it. So, but did you read what he said to Senator Phillips Hill? when he was AG, he said to her, in the courtroom, don't use that tone with me.
Yeah.
And would he say that to Senator Scott Martin? I think not.
No.
I thought that was very condescending, and I'm not surprised. I do think Josh is very condescending, but who is he? Who says that to a senator? So I didn't like it at all, and I said he wouldn't say that to a man.
Right.
I don't believe he would say that to a man, but he says that to women. So, that just shows us who he is. And, he obviously with the scandal in his office, he didn't speak up for women. He says one thing and he does another. So, but women continue to vote for him. And I just can't figure it out.
Well, and that's just it. And this was released by its PA Senate Republican campaign. It's PA/SRCC.
Oh, the SRCC, yes.
So that's getting a lot of reaction. The headline is Josh Shapiro belittles female lawmakers, and these different women speaking about when they say that he did not like the tone of my line of questioning during a Senate public hearing. And then you put it together, like you just said, with the scandal that he wasn't responsible. He wasn't the accused person, but the fact that he didn't immediately say absolutely not and out it and extract it from his office. And so I think,
right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I think all these different women who've worked with him or, on the cat.
Josh does not stand up for women. I mean, that much is clear. He does not stand up for women. And like I said, they continue to vote for him and support him. But, I can't figure it out. If he can talk like that to Senator Hill, but not say something like that to Senator Scott Martin, who was a wrestler in college, Josh would never say that to Scott. That's just inappropriate and it's not right. And it just shows us who he is. He's very condescending to women. And he doesn't care. He does not care. He thinks he's above that. He doesn't need to apologize to women or be respectful to women. And I think it's terrible. And I think it's terrible that women in Pennsylvania continue to vote for him.
And so is it your feeling that he takes women voters for granted?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, he does.
Why do you like Stacey Garrity?
Oh, gosh, I love Stacey. I always say she's the hardest working Republican in Pennsylvania. Why I personally like her? She will show up last minute, just like you did for me, Dawn. Thank you, at the office opening. But she will show up last minute, to help us out, give a speech. She's just so enthusiastic. She's so intelligent. Like I said, she shows up. And it's all across the state, any of the 67 counties. I'm sure she's been to all of them multiple times. Mm-hmm. Not everybody does that, Dawn. Not everybody does that. And, not only does she work hard, but she's a fantastic treasurer, returning people's, lost money. I know she's done so much with that, and that's gotten her name out there too. But I think she would be a great governor. She hasn't announced. Mm-hmm. I hope she does.
Yeah.
Dan Muser. I really like Dan Muser, Congressman Muser. Mm-hmm. He was talking about running,
but he's officially stepped away from it, right?
He has. Yeah. Yes. And I was surprised. Mm-hmm. To hear that. I thought he would run. But, so I'm hoping it's Stacey. Mm-hmm. I know who I don't want. Mm-hmm. So, I know who I don't want to run. And, as you know, I'm an activist. I have a lot of groups in Delaware County and across the Commonwealth. So, I like to mobilize these folks to get the vote out and so forth. But, I think it would be easy if it was a Stacey. However, like I said, if it's maybe the other person talking about running, I'm not a Mastriano fan. I just, it would be very difficult for me to mobilize the vote here in the Southeast for a Doug. It would be. So, I'm hoping it is Stacey. I hope she does run.
She told me I've tried to get her to announce, and she said she's 90%. I like that. I also like the fact that, like Mastriano, but Mastriano was never really known as the angel of the desert. I mean, I think if you know what I mean, like if you look at her Wikipedia for a conservative woman, right? You even look at her media, they can't say anything bad about the woman. That says a lot.
Yeah.
She got more. I think she got more votes or equal votes to Trump in Pennsylvania.
She did. She actually, in fact, got more. So she, is what we call a vote getter.
Yeah.
And everyone likes Stacey. There's nothing to not like about Stacey. Yeah. Let's put it that way. There are no skeletons in the closet that I ever heard of. That's for sure. She's a hard worker. She's a great. She's a fine lady. Served in the military. And she's a great Republican. But she works for all Pennsylvanians. She really does.
Yeah.
And I know she'll work hard on the campaign trail. And midterms are critical.
Yeah, and
for Republicans in Pennsylvania. We cannot lose the Senate. We're holding the Senate right now. We cannot lose the Senate in 26 in PA. There goes our gun rights.
Yeah, among other
if we
things.
do.
Well, Val,
among other things.
Val Bianconello, thank you so much for being here. I hope to see you soon. Yeah, you bring up a good point that with midterms, maybe somebody like Stacey, if she were willing to run, if she announces, maybe she energizes people as far as a different group of people, right? That brings out voters, excites people, in other words.
Right. And listen, there could be someone else who announces, there's talk. So it's still a little bit early. Other people could jump into this race.
Like who?
So,
who are you,
we'll wait and see. Oh,
give me the gossip. Come on. I know. I'm like, Dan, who's she talking about?
I really, people talk, but I couldn't say anything because, they may not. People talk about it. That's all. But it's early, like I said, and someone else could jump into this race, or two people. You just don't know. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't want a repeat of 2022 with all of those candidates, the long list of candidates running.
That's right.
It didn't help anyone, and it certainly didn't help the party. So, it'd be nice. But like I said, I support Stacey. I hope she does run. And, I think she could beat Josh Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
So, and she'll show him what women can do and what we're made of. So.
That's right. Val, thank you so much. A big hug to you. I know you're very busy right now. So thank you, Val.
Yeah, it was great to jump on.
Thank you.
Care.
Thanks so much. Val Bianconello, Delco. If you remember and we showed the video at the time. If you remember this, it was so nutty. But this is, by the way, speaking of, would they have done that to a man in Delco? I mean, they just dragged her out of they actually cuffed her and dragged her out of a polling place, if you can imagine. And all she was doing was telling people, hey, you have the right. You can stand in line. You don't have to, because they were trying to encourage people. Remember this? Of course you do. And she had to bring up that horrible midterm. I'll never forget that. I just felt like I had this this sick feeling for days in the bottom of my stomach. I'll never forget that. So we'll have to never repeat that. And that's just it. I mean, we have to have an event for Stacey Garrity. Here's the thing with Stacey. She did not drop out because just look at Trump. Let's just say everybody in the country said, oh, we love Donald Trump. And he, but he doesn't have a chance, right? Against Hillary. He doesn't have a chance. The polls said he was going to lose. Everybody said he was going to lose. Then he wins. Remember this? And then even the next time around, and then they said, oh no, he's DOA. He is out. He'll never be elected to anything in his whole life. He is gone. He's out of the game. What did he do? Fight, fight, fight. So we need somebody in Pennsylvania with that spirit. And I believe that individual is, one of Pennsylvania's favorite redheads who happens to be dubbed the Angel of the Desert for her work as a combat veteran. So we'll talk about all of it. Stacey Garrity, let me know what you think. 855-839-1210. Even Shapiro endorsed her, remember, last time around. And maybe everybody will say she doesn't have a shot, but she is a fighter. She's proven that. She's very well liked. So let me have your thoughts. 855-839-1210. You can either call or talk to us on the YouTube chat. But I got to talk to you about my friends from Piazza Auto Group. They're awesome. They're 5 Honda dealerships, 5. Honda, you know what Honda has done? They're winners. They have won more than 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards, more than any other brand, and that includes Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Value Brand. So maybe you're looking at the Accord, the CRV, or the Pilot. You are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers, just like you and me. So come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. If you go to Philadelphia, if you see Tony, he's my buddy. He's awesome. But make sure you got to meet Awesome Ross, the boss. Please call him that because he hates it. Quite frankly, he's like, please don't say that. So now you have to. Awesome Ross, the boss. Online, piazzahonda.com. For all the special offers, tell them Dawn sent you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
A lot of reaction to everything that has been going on today. Would love to hear from you. 855-839-1210. There's so much going on with Trump. I will never get tired of celebrating Donald J. Trump. Not ever. I still believe that he is the greatest president of the United States of America, the greatest. When you combine everything that he's fought for, everything he has endured, and as well, he has changed so much culture. You think about the Doge culture, for example, Department of Government Efficiency, that nobody ever really, I don't know, didn't anybody think that we should have a Department of Government, a true government that goes through and just looks at, maybe what we can cut from the budget? Doesn't that seem like common sense? Everything that he does, after he does, you go, oh yeah, that makes sense. And even now with the tariffs, and we played for you earlier this week, the biggity big CEO, and now I'm forgetting his name, so forgive me. I think it's Home Depot. And he went on some of these different shows like CNBC and whatnot and just said, hey, I've been in business a long time. I thought the tariffs would not work. I was wrong. Want to just set the record straight. And this is incredible. The money that's being raked in. And we now see the financial world saying that. By the way, Trump just put out on one of his sites, he's speaking out a lot lately about the Wall Street Journal. We've talked a lot about that this morning, but as well about lowering the rate. And for those of you calling him out to say, stop talking on social media and just fire Jerome Powell, it's a very difficult thing to fire him unless you fire him for something like the fact that he's a criminal. That's not an easy pathway. And so that's why he's doing what he's doing. He's doing everything that's the easiest path to try to get Powell to play ball. And at the end of the day, it's not for Trump personally. It's not for his ego or anything of that nature. It's because of what it's costing all of us. Imagine, okay, here's an analogy. Right now, I have a credit card. I put some medical bills on there for my son, okay? And I'm paying nearly 30%. Imagine if somebody in my circle, if I could say, yo, can you please just lower those rates? And I go from basically paying what's the equivalent of a car payment to, much lower and saving so much so that I can pay other bills or go out and shop, and that spurs the economy. Think about it in your own life. If somebody could just wave a wand and lower your whatever rate you're paying on a credit card, a loan, etc., imagine the difference it would make in your life. Now multiply that by, billions of dollars and think about what it saves daily, what it saves our country. And it's incredible. And what does that do? It means investment. It means jobs. It means, I'm going to shop. I'm going to buy those instead of only buying windows on the front of the house or to replace the ones that are really bad. I'm going to buy all the windows. What does that do? It puts people to work. It just spurs the economy. I know I'm simplifying here. So that's what Trump is using, every easy tool that he can, meaning social media, speaking out. Because why? It's easy. It's not, it's the easiest pathway. He doesn't have to go through legislation. He doesn't have to go through the House of Representatives or the Senate or anything else. He has a direct pipeline to the people. And so what we all need to do is get the memo, which means pressure pal. Go on social media and pressure him and tag him, put his name, say his name everywhere and say, and almost like subliminal, pal, lower the rates. Do it. Pal, do it. Do it till you're satisfied.
Can I play a little bit of audio from James Fishback, who was on Fox Business?
You do.
What's
go.
That? Yeah?
You go, I meant.
Well, it's not bending the will to the White House. It's bending the will to the economic facts and realities of the ground. Here's the truth, Charles. The New York Federal Reserve has its own estimate of what they call the natural rate of interest. That's the interest rate from the Fed that neither slows down nor speeds up the economy. Their model says that the Fed's rate right now should be 3.3%. Where is Jerome Powell keeping it? 4.3%, a full percentage point above where rates actually should be. So President Trump, once again, is absolutely right. They need to cut by a full point. That should likely take place over the course of a couple meetings later this year. But that's what needs to happen. And so President Trump has the right instincts here in calling for the Fed to loosen policy, to recalibrate it, and to align it with the actual facts on the ground.
There it is. So I'm telling you, just wherever you are today, just tag Jerome Powell, tag him, make a note. You don't have to be mean or anything of that nature. Just say, please do this. If that's whatever your way is, that's his way. I'm just saying, whatever your way is, please do this. This would help my life. I'm telling you, there's an impact on it. There is an impact, and there's no reason for him not to do it. In fact, they've said that they expect to lower rates 3 times, not once, not twice, but 3 times by the end of the year. So why not just go for it? 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. It is Friday. We'll have an update on some of the dogs and kitty cats and the animals who are from the flood-ravaged, real tragedy area in Texas with all those deadly floods. So we'll talk to our friend Sarah Smith from the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Talk to her. We'll check in. Breaking news, developing news, all the headlines right around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Cioli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So much breaking news. Capitol Hill, the latest legislation that has passed with President Trump poised to sign that. We'll get into all of that. Something that has not been reported as much is that the White House announced yesterday that President Trump has a medical condition involving his veins. They announced that yesterday. So I do want to get into that. I'm trying to incorporate more health news. So we'll get into President Trump on that regard. And as well, we do have the announcement from, and I'll get to your calls, so please hang with me, bear with me for 1 second, 855-839-1210. But Dan Borowski saw that the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, spoke out about what has passed. Obviously went through the Senate, went to the House, now goes to President Trump's signature.
Yeah, and he was on CNBC here. He actually spoke in a hallway as well, but here he is talking about a phone call that he had with Trump.
Well, the reason we named it the One Big Beautiful Bill is because there's so much in it for everyone. And I'm delighted to hear the former HUD Secretary sing the praises of the bill. There are a lot of praises to sing, and everyone will be singing that tune. And certainly the voters will when we come to the midterms in 2026. And the reason for that is because we wrote this bill for the lower and middle class earners in America. We're the working class party. The Republican Party is. We delivered for them. And it's important to point out all the Democrats in Congress voted against all those great provisions. You're talking about historic tax cuts, historic savings at the same time. But what it means for the typical family in America, an additional average $13,000 in their pocket at the end of the year in take-home pay. You're talking about the child tax credit. 91% of Americans will benefit from the increase that we did there. Seniors got tax relief. No tax on tips and overtime and things that they're really going to mean a lot to people. And it's going to be jet fuel to the U.S. economy. You're beginning to see just the enthusiasm that the passage of the bill has sparked. This is the beginning of a great run for America. President Trump called me early this morning. We were doing a victory lap together on the phone about the passage of the rescission bill late here last night. And he said, Mike, we're just winning. We're going to continue to win. This is a great moment for America. I said, sir, it's historic, and there's much more to come.
And so the House giving that final approval to President Trump's request to do DOGE, if you will, Department of Government Efficiency, clawing back about $9 billion for things like public broadcasting and foreign aid. That happened earlier this morning, and that's the victory lap that House Speaker Mike Johnson is referring to, as well as just some great reports. We've talked about the retail sales numbers and all of that. So that's a good thing. So President Trump expected to vote that, as well as the Genius bill that will be signed into law, I believe, today as well by President Trump. So we'll talk about all of that. So right now I'm just looking at all the different monitors. You see Fox is headlining some of the economic news. CNN, MSNBC, what are they talking about? They're talking about Epstein. So there it is. So now they have some fodder to talk about something else other than all these great victories and the victory laps that the Trump administration and the American people can take, because the economy is on the upswing, which is great news. Want to get to your calls. Do we have Tony still, or did he drop out?
We do have Tony. Yep. Here you go, Tony.
Hey, Tony, you wanted to talk about the great Republican women. We were talking earlier about our Treasury Secretary, Stacey Garrett.
Yeah, well.
Hey.
Yeah, we have a lot of great women out there. Trump has them in his administration. Mm-hmm. Anyone that can't see that there's good, intelligent women out there, strong, confident women like Pam Bondi, Sarah Huckabee is another one.
Yes.
There's quite a few. We got Kristi Noem. She was a governor. Now she's a secretary. She's great. These women are strong, confident women. I love them. I wish we had more of them. And as far as what you were saying, there's no doubt in my mind, I've been for Trump from day one. Donald Trump is the best president this country has ever had. He is truly a working president. There's no doubt about it. And the Democrats, and I live around some of them, liberal, woke Democrats, if they can't see that, they just, in my mind, they just hate America. They would prefer to have policies that Joe Biden put in place when him and Kamala Harris were in, and they still support those ideas and continue to go with them. It boggles my mind that they cannot see past their nose on that. But definitely, President Trump is, I love him. He's the greatest president. And you know something else everyone forgets, Dawn? He's doing this without receiving a salary.
Yeah.
He donates his salary. He did it the first time in his first term. He's doing it again. I just hope that President Trump stays well enough to finish his term out, and hopefully we have another Republican that takes over after him, Dawn. I am passionate about it, and I'm really sick and tired of these liberals out there in Los Angeles and New York and even right here in my area. What's wrong with them? I don't get it.
I'm with you. Thank you. I love it. Hoorah. And I love your enthusiasm.
I love it.
My
We're
fellow,
great for
another
Friday.
Trumpaholic, as Amy dubbed us, and now we all are Trumpaholics. But yeah, I mean, we love celebrating these great successes of our great president. Now, one of the things that you mentioned was his health. I was concerned to see that, and this was during her briefing yesterday, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, she did reveal this, that President Trump had noticed a little bit of swelling in his legs. And at first when she started talking, I thought, that he travels a ton. And as you know, sometimes if you travel a lot, you might get a swollen legs, especially in flying. My gosh, I mean, look at his crazy schedule and overseas traveling across the country. And think about when you go on vacation, you go to California or West Coast or you go to Italy, for example, and maybe you get a little bit of swelling. So this prompted a checkup with his doctor, and he has been diagnosed with a condition. Oh, here it is, where thank you, Dan. Oh, perfect.
Here you go.
On another note, I know that many in the media have been speculating about bruising on the president's hand and also swelling in the president's legs. So in the effort of transparency, the president wanted me to share a note from his physician with all of you today. In recent weeks, President Trump noted mild swelling in his lower legs. In keeping with routine medical care and out of an abundance of caution, this concern was thoroughly evaluated by the White House medical unit. The president underwent a comprehensive examination, including diagnostic vascular studies. Bilateral lower extremity venous Doppler ultrasounds were performed and revealed chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70. Importantly, there was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease. Laboratory testing included a complete blood count, comprehensive metabolic panel, coagulation profile, D-dimer, B-type natriuretic peptide, and cardiac biomarkers. All results were within normal limits. An echocardiogram was also performed and confirmed normal cardiac structure and function. No signs of heart failure, renal impairment, or systemic illness were identified. Additionally, recent photos of the president have shown minor bruising on the back of his hand. This is consistent with minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin, which is taken as part of a standard cardiovascular prevention regimen. This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy. And the president remains in excellent health, which I think all of you witness on a daily basis here. So the president wanted me to share that note with all of you. I'm happy to take further questions on it.
So I had never heard of that venous whatever thing. I know that some people, even on our Italy trip, were saying that they had swollen legs and they've never had that. I've never had that before.
I'm dealing with a lot of swollen ankles right now.
Your wife, you mean?
Yes.
Because Maisie's pregnant. Yes. Oh, she's swollen already?
Yeah, her ankles are starting. Just starting, though. Just starting to swell. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I thought that the aspirin thing, they said don't take the baby aspirin every day in medical reports. They kind of go back and forth on this stuff. He does. You think about the president of the United States, how many hands do you think he shakes a day? Just think about that.
Yeah, but...
And that your hand might bruise. I never even thought of that before.
I guess, but I don't know. Really?
What?
Just...
No, I mean, I guess
I've never seen
thing.
anyone's hand bruise from a handshake.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't know, Dan.
No.
I mean, I guess she's quoting the doctor.
And I hate to, comment about anyone's health, so, you know what.
But remember during the campaign, they were commenting, they said he had some Band-Aids on his hand. Mm-hmm. Remember that? And I wonder if that's even related. I have no idea. But he has this chronic venous insufficiency. I think that he should take some, here I am, President Trump. I think he needs some vitamin K. Isn't vitamin K the vitamin? We have to get a hold of Dr. Marion Mass. But I think there are some, you know what I mean? What is that? Kale. You got to have bananas. What are all the fruits and veggies and stuff that you have? But I thought it was vitamin K that you need to have if you have
Is that potassium?
I don't know. What do I know?
Yeah, I don't know.
I have no idea.
We need a doctor.
We need a doctor.
Doctor, call us if you're listening.
But I'm a person, I'm not a prescription medication person. I can promise you there's somebody who's going to call in or DM one of us or a text. There is a remedy. There's always a remedy that is, what you need. It's fruits, veggies, some kind of an herbal remedy. There's something else for this situation. But you can let me know if you have this or if you've heard of it.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I just put up a picture of the hand there.
Well, and if you look at the close-up, as you can see, they put makeup. They put makeup on his hand to cover up the bruise. That's what that close-up shows.
Okay. Yeah, the top right there.
Yeah.
I see that.
So you can see, if you're going to put, pro tip, if you're going to put makeup on the president's hand or put makeup over the whole hand. Then you can't tell.
Yeah, but then he shakes someone's hand. They're like, oh, wait, what's all this stuff on my hand?
Oh, that's true. Just do waterproof.
Oh,
like
have
this.
that?
Here. I probably have some right here.
Yeah?
Are you watching on the YouTube chat?
Hold on, let me switch you over there.
Here it is right here. See it?
Okay.
It's like a little CoverGirl concealer thingamajiggy.
Mm-hmm.
You put it on the whole hand. Boom, you're done. And it's waterproof.
Put it on my hand, see how it looks?
I'll put it on, we should put it on Dan. I brought extra makeup today because we have this photo shoot.
You look wonderful.
Thank you, baby.
Mm-hmm.
We have Greg Stocker and Nick Cale and I have a photo shoot afterwards. So I brought makeup because I knew Nick on his head, he's got to get powdered.
You really make up Nick's
I was
noggin?
Zioli's personal makeup person until he got too big for all of us. And now he has he goes into hair and makeup at Fox.
No, I've noticed a difference.
You know.
It was much better when you were doing it.
Anyway, we digress.
The ankles are up there now too. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Wow, they really are swollen.
Well,
oof.
Well.
He looks like pregnant ankles. That's like a pregnant lady.
It looks like Maisie.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I was lucky. I didn't get any of that stuff.
Really?
I was really lucky, but you don't know.
See, Maisie's, I don't know. Like, she's so tiny and petite that I think any kind of changes is going to be noticeable.
Plus,
that's why we're noticing the ankles early.
Man, it's 100 and, not today, but it's 110 heat index. Yeah. That's not helpful if you're pregnant or probably the president. Yeah. So they said it's more common in people over 70, but it's probably common in the heat in the summertime. Travel, all of those things have an impact. So let us know if you know anything about that. But the only thing I know is if you get anything swollen, they need to have him sit on a couch or the bed and then put his legs up in the air. Do you know what I mean?
Let it drain.
Let it drain. Gravity.
Yeah.
So if he's on Air Force One, sit the opposite, with your legs up.
My ankles aren't swollen.
He would never do that.
Throw my legs up.
Huh?
So my ankles aren't swollen. I plan to throw my legs up this afternoon.
So he just even put his legs up. But Caroline Levitt, I think that's good they announce it because maybe they were worried somebody would notice he had the swollen ankles. So we got that going on.
There's now nicknames happening in our chat.
Oh, geez. What are you guys doing?
Newman says Donnie Cankles.
That's not nice. That is not nice.
But Kingslayer makes a good point. Maybe some less Diet Coke would be good.
Well, see, here's the thing about Diet Coke. He's better off to drink regular Coke or Pepsi, especially when they put the real sugar in it and not all the chemical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's a little pro tip. All that processed soda, look at the sodium. It's loaded with salt, loaded with sodium.
And that's the thing when you have these kind of swelling in these extremities. I remember my grandmother had really bad swelling, and she had to stay away from the sodium just completely. We couldn't even go out to eat because she was nervous as to how much sodium would be in the products.
So now the First Lady is like, Donald, she has to go back to the White House kitchen staff and say, no soda for Donald, and also, please, low salt. Low salt. All has to be low salt. They have to just take it out.
And that's tough because I don't think you can get a McDonald's cheeseburger with low salt.
All that stuff
is,
the sodium level, just look at it. Just one item, not even a full serving, is more sodium than any of us should have in a full day. And you have it in one meal. So we have that going on. I know a lot of you were reacting to the Officer Mark Dial, that ruling, and congratulations, Officer Mark Dial, because he can go on living his life as he should. And so thank you for all your feedback on that one, but I truly wish him well in his life and his future endeavors. I don't know what he's thinking about, and probably today just thanking God that he's free after all of that he's been put through, which I think was absurd and I think was hurtful to all sides, not only the Dial family, the law enforcement family, but also to the family of Eddie Irizarry. I think it just added to what they were grieving over because it's not their fault that their loved one, was involved in that traffic stop. And so they're grieving and they're hurting. It only exacerbated that and just continued it on for years. It didn't have to be that way. And so we have all of that going on. We'll get to the rest of it. I don't know when the signing ceremony is because I believe President Trump on his schedule today, I had glanced at it. He's going to be signing into law a few things. So we'll get to that and get to all of the news day. We have to get to this Coldplay Chris Martin story that just continues on today. If you didn't see it, we did talk about it earlier on Kale & Co., but I'll give you a little bit different angle on that one. Thanks for being here today. I can't believe it's Friday. And yes, the update from our friends at the Brandywine Valley SPCA, talking about adopting animals, what you can do, and those animals now available right now. So we'll show you some of these sweet animals that need a forever home. Be right back.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring,
75 overnight and partly
like
cloudy.
You're missing
Tomorrow,
out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
75 overnight and partly cloudy. Tomorrow, 85. Looks like a pretty nice day. Saturday, 85. We might see some rain. And Sunday, we'll get up to 89 and more rain's possible. Monday, a high of only 86. Lots of sunshine. Plus more comfortable overnight temperatures.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
President Trump saying today there is no smoking gun, quote unquote, in the Jeffrey Epstein files. And there's a lot of news here going on. So I'll just report this piece to you, as he has said that he asked Pam Bondi to, quote, produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. And then Bondi responding, saying the action could come in court as soon as today, but the release of any grand jury materials could take longer. Obviously, this all is subject to a legal process, and then to consider the impact on victims, ultimately approval. You have to get approval from a federal judge. And so a lot of this, as we've heard, as we've been hearing all along, a lot of this has to do with a judge's order. So even Trump, even the president of the United States, cannot just flip a switch, essentially, and release certain items. It's protected by a court and would require a judge's ruling. We've talked about the fact that the Senate passed that bill overnight, making this $9 billion in cuts to previously approved funding for public broadcasting, foreign aid, the House voting 216 to 213 to give this final passage to the legislation just after midnight. I'll get into one detail of that in a moment. We've talked about the fact that Bondi responded to Trump's order and saying the Justice Department is ready to move to court today and unseal any grand jury transcripts that they can, but they have to, again, follow that legal process. As well, we told you the fact that President Trump saw the doctor, released the chronic venous insufficiency, and as well, the House passing legislation yesterday establishing the first ever regulatory framework for cryptocurrency. President Trump expected to sign legislation this afternoon on much of this. So the Genius Act, all of that will be signed this afternoon at some point. Here in Philadelphia, by the way, there's a big celebration planned. That's at City Hall. I believe it kicks off in about a half an hour, and kicking off the big celebration of not just the 250th, which marks an anniversary for the nation and obviously here in Philadelphia, birthplace of democracy, but as well, we are hosting the All-Star Game. That'll be in 2026. So a big year for Philadelphia. Important that the mayor, and that's why all of these contracts with the union workers who do a lot of the great work to make sure that everything goes off without a hitch. That's why all of these contracts that we talk about, one to be ratified on Monday with some of the hardest working union members here in Philadelphia, that's DC 33. So whether they're 911 operators, whether they're the sanitation workers. Yes, my trash day is today. I'm so excited.
Yay!
Another reason to celebrate.
Yeah.
Michael and David, thank you for getting all that garbage.
Get the music
Weeks
going.
worth of trash.
There you go.
Out to the curb. Woohoo!
Time to celebrate, Don.
Celebrate. Garbage day.
Don't mean to detour you.
Detour.
I do have some audio from today. Kristi Noem holding a DHS press conference about illegal immigration, ICE. You want some of that audio?
Yeah.
All right, so first up,
me.
we just have a general sense of what she had to say, touting the deportation numbers. Short little clip here. Here's Kristi.
Since President Trump has taken office, we have arrested almost 300,000 and more criminals and illegal aliens here in the United States of America and brought them to justice and deported them out of our country. 70% of those individuals have criminal charges that they are convicted of, or they have criminal charges that are pending against them. Overwhelmingly, the families that live in this country are thrilled to have these people off of their streets so that they can continue to raise their children in a country where they can live safely, send their kids to school, and go to sleep peacefully in their beds at night each and every day.
And then reporters, well, she went on for a while and discussed some of the great arrests that have been made by ICE officials. Then takes some questions from reporters and actually gets into it with one who suggests that they're doing a lot of this because of skin color, Dawn, and she was not happy to hear that. Take a listen.
Well, my audience is predominantly Latino, so they kind of every day say they're fearful because a lot of people have been targeted based on their skin color, not necessarily.
That's not true. And so that has been another false narrative that has been put out there in the media that I absolutely want to throw back at you and say that is absolutely false, and don't you dare ever say that again. We have judges out there and other individuals saying people have been targeted that way, and it's not true. Every single operation that we do on ICE is based on investigative work and on case work to show that there is a reason and reasonable suspicion to go into an area and to talk and look at individuals that are involved in criminal activity. So because that is a narrative that people have been out there saying doesn't make it true.
Yeah, so good for her to be able to, respond to that reporter so that they try to, cut down that kind of a narrative that, oh, this is about racial profiling. No, it's not. And it's just not true. It's a lie. So I'm glad that she was able to shut that down. But that's what they have to deal with day in and day out. No, this is about people here illegally in this country who have every opportunity to leave. And the app helps you, and they'll even help pay for you to leave because it's way cheaper than any other process to help you leave legally, and quickly. Will help you deport, and then you will have a cleared pathway to now apply properly, legally, and as well to not jump in line of anybody else, because that's really what this is. Everybody in life, this is really common thing. Nobody likes when you have a line jumper, right? That's what these individuals did. That's what Biden allowed them to do, to jump right in line, clog the system, all of that. And so, by the way, there's something else in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill Act that President Trump signs. Visitors to the United States will need to pay a, quote, visa integrity fee. And so this is a provision within the Big Beautiful Act. So the fee applies to all visitors who need non-immigrant visas to enter. And I guess this is a fee that cannot be waived, but I guess at some point you would be able to apply for it to be reimbursed. So I'm not sure what that looks like. There are some sites saying it would be $150. So we're still looking at that one to figure out that visa fee. I will say other countries have this, so it's not a bad idea. But I love the idea that you could apply depending on, for example, if you shop a lot, if you buy so much or you patronize certain businesses. I'm not really sure how you would get that. There would be a provision. The fees could be reimbursed. So I'll be curious to learn more about that one. We also have, there is a story now that's breaking news that at least this is a breaking news situation, 3 explosions at a law enforcement training facility. This is in, I believe it's in, is this in Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken? And this is law enforcement officials confirming 3 people have been killed, in fact. I'm so sorry to see this. They're just putting out the word, so it's a breaking news situation, but it's a very large law enforcement training center with the confirmation that 3 people have been killed. So we'll get the latest on this one. I just saw it going viral, and some of you have posted this on social media.
And
I don't have word. Is this some kind of a another attack on law enforcement? Is this some kind of an accidental explosion? I don't have the answers. Are you seeing anything differently? I believe there's
No, I thought I had something, but
a training facility. That's all I know, Dan. I'm so sorry to see the situation.
Who were killed in this explosion. We still do not know the source of that explosion. We know there was some training scheduled there today, according to the reporting of our producers. We do also have a further detail now. Harris, the FBI is responding, obviously requested by the LA sheriffs, so they are now getting involved in this investigation. Obviously, Paul may be able to talk better to that as to what that might indicate.
So with the FBI responding, is that because you have usually ATF or somebody like that with explosions? Or is a deadly explosion like this, if it's a local situation, normally there would not be a federal response right away. So not just locals, handling it. I don't have the answer. But it's an East Los Angeles facility. It's a sheriff's facility. That's how they're identifying it. LA County Sheriff Facility. And these different explosions going off and killing at least 3 different individuals at this training facility. What a tragic situation on this Friday. That's really all I have from the Sheriff's Department, LA County. And I'm looking at the Sheriff's Department. They are confirming this for us. It's a developing situation. They have apparatus, firefighters, first responders, and now we hear FBI converging on this site. So we'll continue to follow this and pray for the safety and the lives of those at this facility, as well as those first responders just coming on in hopes of finding out what's happening and perhaps rescue anyone affected. Let's take a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
My pleasure and an honor and a privilege to finally meet the great Maureen Faulkner. I know we eclipsed 21,000. Your thoughts on just being from where it started to where it's reached right now?
Bend to the Shore means a lot to me because I've seen through the years how much good it has done, and that's why I love Mark. I've always loved Mark. When Danny was killed, I was going through his wallet. Danny actually had
the original VIP card.
The original VIP card.
For the Irish pub.
From the Irish pub.
Maureen, you are riding, correct?
Yes, I am riding.
All right. Mark, I've got 20 on Maureen to beat Stalker.
Oh, here we go. Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails. It's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
It's Marsh Madness for kids 14 and under who receive a branded Marsh basketball jersey presented by CP Rankin Roofing Experts on Saturday, July 19th when the Phils face the Angels at 6:05. Get tickets at Phillies.com. Don't miss out on a hot ticket. The Nelly post-game concert presented by Jim Beam is on Tuesday, July 22nd after the Phillies host the Red Sox at 6:45. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We have an incredible update on our Piazza Pet of the Month segment with our friend, Sarah Smith of the Brandywine Valley SPCA, with so many of our dogs and kitty cats adopted by you from the first time that we checked in with our friends there. And now we have an incredible update. Sarah Smith. Hey, Sarah.
How's it going?
Good, great. So, first of all, the update from where we were a week ago as far as the pet adoptions. And I know a lot of people, we've had a lot of interest from all the dogs and the great kitty cats. Do you have any updates for us?
Yeah, we are so grateful that we were able to make space and bring in these animals from, taken out of the flood areas of Texas. And we're already seeing some of them find their forever homes, which is so great. But, we still have plenty available, and we'd love for folks to come in and support this effort, too.
So how many plane loads of the animals, and you would explain to me first and foremost that the shelters, in other words, that were full, that they tried to, bring those here so that they can help reunite families with the, flooding with their pets who may have been, swept away by the flood. So these pets were already in the shelters when the floods hit?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, we brought in we took animals from 2 flights that came in on Friday and Saturday, and they were filled with pets that were already in shelters, in the area, and they were already looking for homes, whether they were, strays or surrendered by owners prior to the flooding. But making space in those shelters that are struggling right now really helps them focus on the relief efforts, focus on their community, focus on that reuniting. If you go to their Facebook pages and their social media pages, you look at the shelters in the area, you'll see so many of those reunite stories, and it shows that they really do need this space to be able to focus on that. I mean, they're even helping, out in the community and things like that. So they need those empty kennels so that they can focus on the relief efforts.
And so in this, Sarah, first of all, what should people do to make their way either to look online or to go to the Brandywine Valley SPCA or even to donate? I mean, you've talked about the fact you could use some donations.
Sure. Just like everyone in the entire country, we are also having full kennels. So, folks coming in to adopt is really important right now, whether you're able to welcome one of these animals from Texas or to adopt any animal that's been in our care, because every single adoption means that we can make space for another animal in need. So, any adoption is a huge help for us across all of our campuses. We still do have animals available from Texas at our Newcastle location, our location in Westchester. We have some in New Jersey at the Animal Adoption Center. If you really want to meet these Texas animals, they're really sweet and amazing. We also have some dogs and cats in Harrisburg. So, we're able to make this space across all of our locations, which is, something that's unique to our organization, that we have so many, places where we can fit them in here and there. But, this is a strain. Just even welcoming this 36 animals from Florida, that's on top of what we're doing every single day, welcoming, more than 55 animals a day through our doors locally across our entire footprint. So any support is a huge help. You can make a donation. You can find out all the information. It's all right on our website. So you can find all of that information right there. And support this life-saving mission. Some of these animals will need spayed or neutered. We'll make sure that they have their up-to-date on all their vaccines. They all get microchipped before they go home. Some of them in Pennsylvania need to spend time in isolation due to some of the Pennsylvania state laws. So, that's time that they need to spend with us and that we need to care for them. And there's a cost at that. So any sort of support for those efforts, it really does help. It goes a long way.
And I know we have, images of all of these animals from Texas that have been flown in that you've taken, and hopefully we can find forever homes or even foster homes. What would you highlight for us, Sarah, some of the different dogs and cats that you've received from Texas?
Sure. So one of my favorites is Ghost. Ghost is this beautiful white shepherd mix. And he is at our Animal Adoption Center in New Jersey, at Lindenwold, New Jersey. We just sent out an email this morning. So if you're signed up for our newsletters, you would have gotten that this morning in your inbox. And Ghost was featured there along with Sunny, Johnny, Leopard, Sheldon, Paul. These are all animals that have come to us and are looking for forever homes here in our area.
And so for those, you had brought this up to me before, that sometimes the dogs, let's say they have their name and we know that, or maybe the previous shelter named them. But if you adopt a dog, is there a rule about the name? Like if you want to rename, or what's your advice on that?
I think that you should definitely talk to the staff and volunteers that you're adopting from at the shelter. Some of our animals have gotten to know their names, or maybe if they were surrendered, for a second chance from a family, we've kept their name so that they can, still know that sound coming out of someone's mouth. But some of them, like the puppies, you can always rename your puppy. You can rename your dog, whatever you would like, your cat.
Yeah. Yeah, every dog we had, we tried to come up with, the kids would come up with a different name. They always ended up Buddy. Because they kind of looked alike.
That's always the nickname, right?
Yeah, right. And then my husband will call the kids Buddy. I know I'll know it's bad when he calls me Buddy, right?
Uh-oh.
I'm just teasing. For this, where do people go? And if we can just, talk about the sites where people could go to get all the information, sign up for everything properly. And you talked to me previously, and I just want to reiterate this because sometimes people say, well, can I volunteer? Or do you need stuff rather than dollars? So when we talk about donations, what are you looking for?
Yeah, I think that, like I said, you can find all the information on our website, bvspca.org. But, you guys have that amazing Piazza Pet page that I'm sure is linked out to us. So either way, come on over and look at our website to find all the information. But, yeah, financial donations really are a great way to help because then we can put that money towards anything that's needed. But we would love if you're, maybe before you head down to the beach this summer, you're going through your beach towels and realize that some of them are ripped or not so great, from last year. It's time to buy some new ones. We would love to have those beach towels, any towel sheets, blankets that you might have. We would love to have those. Stop on over and drop them off. We also have Amazon wish lists for every campus. You can always shop our wish list and send those donations our way. We're happy to take any of that. So those are all ways that you can support us. And if you can't make a full-time, long-term commitment, fostering even for a short time really does offer that temporary haven to make room for the next pet that needs our help.
For this, I think of, the heat wave that we've had, all the heat, even though we're cooling off for a couple days here. When you think about dogs, and I drove by the other day, somebody had their dog out kind of chained up and somebody else on a rope or a leash out in the yard. Can you speak to that a little bit about the impact? And I know there are some laws depending on your municipality, depending on where you live. But I just wonder if you could speak to that for just a moment, Sarah.
Yeah, when it's hot like this, you need to think about your animals and make sure that you're not exposing them to too much of the heat. You want to make sure that they have proper shelter and shade and access to food and water. You got to make sure that they're not going to be out on the concrete where the sun is blazing hot right on that concrete. It really can burn their paws, or if they lay down on it, it can burn their bellies. So you really want to really keep that in mind whenever it's super hot outside, and look for those any sort of signs of overheat exhaustion for your pet. Maybe their tongue turns more of a red color, or they're panting excessively, or if they start panting and they're drooling a lot. You can really tell when your dog's in distress, but you want to make sure that you're keeping them cool, keeping their walks to a minimum, because when it's super hot like that, they need time to stay in the cool and make sure that they get that relief too.
Yeah, it's so true. And as far as, you mentioned Ghost, for example, who's a mix, but maybe some German Shepherd, depending on the type of dogs. I'm somebody, I've had Labs, I've had Shepherds, I've probably had every kind of dog. But when you try to match a family up, what do you say, for example, with a Shepherd, they're a thinking dog, that's a working dog. And so sometimes you try to, advise people on matching up the right dog to the right family or person.
Yeah, we're pretty unique. We have an open adoption process for all of our campuses. So we have adoption counselors that will meet with the adopters. And those folks at each of our locations really know their animals there, and so they can really talk to the family about what their lifestyle's like, what they're looking for, what they think would match their family and their activity level, what kind of taking them out into public, or if they go out with other friends that have dogs, if they want them to meet other dogs or not, or if they have a cat at home. Those are all things that our adoption counselors will know about our animals, and then they can help match them up with the perfect forever furry family member. Ghost is really a sweetheart and super chill, surprisingly, even though he looks super energetic, but he's amazing, and would love to see him find his new home too.
Yeah, absolutely. The Texas story, the tragedy there, the flooding, it's out of the headlines a little bit, especially compared to when that tragedy first struck and we were all, seeing it 24/7 on local news and on social media. For you and for everybody there at the Brandywine Valley SPCA and all the other branches that you've mentioned, when you think about helping out and you think about the helplessness, Sarah, that I think we all have felt with what those poor people, and especially because it involved a little girl's camp and these children being swept away and the search crews and the 24/7 nature of it. Can you just talk about what it makes for you all, the feeling that you have that you know that you're at least helping relieve some of the situation, that you're part of that solution? And then the second piece of it is I wonder if you or your colleagues have had actual interaction with those folks in Texas and their feeling of gratitude toward us here in this area for kind of feeling like we're helping out.
Yeah, I think that I don't want to overstate, this real, in the scheme of all that's being done, that all of the work that needs to be done to recover from this disaster. I mean, the heartbreak, our hearts are broken for that entire community, all of those communities. And this is it's just a tiny little thing that we can do here locally to help. 3 dozen animals, it is a strain on our organization, but we can't say no. We have to say yes, and we'll take as many as we can. And anything that we can do, it's one small way that we can help in the recovery. The folks that are working in the shelters there, they're living through this. Some of these animals came from Kerrville Pets Alive, and that's right in the heart of everything. I'm sure that those staff and volunteers are impacted by these floods. So, we're just grateful to be able to open our doors and make space and count on our community to support this effort. And just a small way that we can help. So, our folks that have been in touch with the sending shelters, San Antonio Pets Alive, Dog is My Co-Pilot. We worked with Bissell Pet Foundation for the first flight that came in. They're helping right there on the ground to make sure that these animals can even drive to the airport to get on a plane and be able to get out and make sure there's enough crates to go on the plane. I mean, these are all things that are happening in that area, and we're just here on the other side waiting for them to show up and then care for them. So, our hearts are broken for that community, and we're just grateful to be able to help in this small way.
Well, we are grateful for you, Sarah Smith. Thank you so much for being here today, and we'll keep in touch and keep updating all these pets that need their forever homes. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thanks a million. So Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, make sure that you check out our page there for our Piazza Pets of the Month as we try to update that and find these forever homes or foster homes, or if you want to donate. Appreciate you being here. I hope you have a blessed Friday, an awesome weekend. At least we're a little cooler. The Dom Giordano Show is next.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Last show of this week. Welcome in, everyone. I checked my Celebrity Doodles archive. Remember the Celebrity Doodles? We've gotten some great ones over the years for the Travis Menyon Foundation. And there is no Trump Celebrity Doodle there that I've been able to find. And I realize this is one of the most sought-after Celebrity Doodles in the country, so maybe Trump is right. Maybe he does not doodle that much.
Do you really want one of his doodles after?
Well, of course, sure. Oh, that would be a prize winner if it's there. We'd get $1 million. If I had a Trump doodle, I think we could get $25,000. Well, for the alleged Wall Street Journal doodle, maybe $500,000. I mean, celebrity doodle. So I don't see Trump as a doodle. I know he did the one thing of downtown Manhattan, apparently. What is it with the Wall Street Journal? Well, first of all, Susan Crabtree on Twitter did a pretty good search that the rest of the media ought to be doing. The guy that wrote the article on all this about the doodle, etc., and Epstein, is a guy hooked into the Steele dossier, to the firm that produced or got the Steele dossier, the husband and wife team, all the way back to Hillary Clinton. Now, don't you think the Wall Street Journal should know right away people are going to be suspect? And because of Twitter, because of AI in this case, several people immediately did searches. What's the one word? Dan, have you seen this carefully, or Andrew? What's the one word that Trump uses in here that Trump is not saying? You know, I have to follow Trump. What is it?
Enigma?
Yes, it is enigma. You look like you're looking at something there, but that's okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I scrolling through text. I actually knew that answer.
Yes, that's exactly right. So what happened is you had a situation where Trump is using words like enigma. They've done an artificial intelligence search, AI. And there's no history of anything recorded or written where Trump has ever used the word enigma. So would he use it in this? Of course he possibly could. Hey, let me throw enigma in.
Well, did you hear the conspiracy theory about it?
And what is that?
That it's actually an anagram for a word called gamine. I don't even know if that's pronouncing it right. Gamine. Dictionary being a young woman. Another word for a young woman. So conspiracy theorists are running that he was actually using an anagram when he said enigma.
Does Trump seem like an anagram guy? No, he's straightforward. I don't see Trump playing anagram. I don't see him doing any of this stuff. So what is it with the Wall Street Journal and Trump? All right. The Wall Street Journal represents, I'll give them some credit. They're not just stolid republicanism, you know, the type of thing that Trump is going to bump up against. there's a core of, there's sometimes conservative too, not just Republican. But the one thing that they love, the Wall Street Journal, I have put them on the Mount Rushmore of the groups that push for illegal people coming into the country. Catholic Church, Democrat Party, the Bushes, Wall Street Journal. Why? Cheap labor. That's why. That's what they're about. And Trump is erupting all this. They love the Bushes back in the day. So the Wall Street Journal is suspect on this big time, going down this path. Here's our friend, Scott Jennings, who we hope to be doing a Politics and Pints with in the near future. I'll tell you about that. This is Cut 9. Here is why Jennings thinks this story is a dud, and it involves listeners. It involves you. It involves Trump supporters. Here's what he said.
My reaction to reading this was I mean, 2003, before anything had happened, we know Donald Trump knew the guy. We also know he disowned him and kicked him out of his club. I was waiting all day long for this rumoring of a bombshell. This looks like kind of a dud to me. And look, the president says it's not. I don't know. But either way, this gives me like Kavanaugh yearbook vibes. My impression is Republicans are going to strongly rally around the president on this thing. I mean, he may have been facing some turbulence over the Epstein situation, but this is the sort of stuff that brings people to circle the wagons around him. I'm just warning.
Yes, circle the wagons around him. How many times? And you'll see it will get out there more each day. Who is the author of this piece? Who's the alleged reporter? A guy hooked up with the previous collusions. Now, when you think, hey, come on, this is going to be found out, you're going to be called on this going down this path. So Scott's right. We don't know if this is true or not, but people are circling the wagons. And he said also last night, it has a Kavanaugh yearbook feel to it. Remember that? Remember how they went back to the high school years to try to stop Kavanaugh in the Supreme Court? Now that backfired. Well, that's exactly what we're seeing backfiring here. Now, it's going to be interesting, and you'll have to tell me at 855-839-1210, there's going to be a battle over how much information are we getting if we only get the grand jury transcripts, the material from the grand jury. And I would say fairly, it'll give us some idea of what was going on here, but it is not overwhelming. And I've heard stories of how many, what did the one guy say, how many ebooks would be done. I think 100,000 it would take for all the material they have on Epstein. That's how vast it is. So just the grand jury stuff, but it's going to give us something. It's a smart move, transparent, Pam Bondi arguing before the judge. Let's move it. And I have to take a moment, too, to tell you that Jeff Andrew came on yesterday, and he and I had a chat afterward. And I told him I thought he was performing a service by pushing it forth publicly, urging the president to get out in front of this, to put this to bed so we can move on to more and more victories. And I think Van Drew is a true friend to the president and didn't just say, don't care what people are thinking. But what's happened with the Wall Street Journal? We told you yesterday, this guy Halpern, who used to be with ABC, was foreshadowing something pretty big by a newspaper was coming down. We thought New York Times, Washington Post. Well, this is not pretty big. Given the context we just played you, given the fact the president's going to sue, he's talking about Rupert Murdoch and the witness box, since it's his newspapers. What did he know? When did he know it? So does this sound like Trump? And apparently he doesn't type notes. This was typed also. He doesn't write emails as far as I know. Remember the old Frank Rizzo thing? Never throw away a letter sent to you and never write a letter. He refused to write letters. He didn't want people having a copy of having something down in print. Never throw away a letter. That's back in the day before social media, before internet. And never write a letter. Just communicate on the phone, apparently. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Does this move the needle with you? In other words, what the Wall Street Journal has done here is just largely a hoax. That's what it appears to me to be. All right, let's say it's up in the air. So what? Are people going to go after Trump on this, or are they going to rally with Trump? I think they're going to rally. You can see the influencers, the Megyn Kellys of the world and others. People are coming out. They know what the Wall Street Journal is up to here. The Wall Street Journal is going to be damaged more than anything. All right, I also want to talk today, Stephen Colbert. Dan, this is well before you. I was advised by a guy who was in show business. Comedy Central called. They wanted to tape me, I think, among some other people. And usually I'd go on and debate Stephen Colbert at that point. But they were just going to tape you. So that's why I didn't do it. And it was unclear what they were going to tape. Then you know what they're going to do. They're just going to cut it and use it in any way that they want. It was alluring. It was a hot show at that point.
So you would have been debating him, or would it have just been you talking to a producer and they cut it up?
Yeah, they cut it up. Yeah.
Put words in your mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
Screw that.
Yeah, usually, Stephen Colbert, bring him on. I was going to change the side question to smug today.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to change it to that?
Sure.
Someone who is smug?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we have a great one.
Fantastic one.
Yeah. All right, let's stick with this. And I'll use
Be decisive, Dom Giordano.
Well, they're so good. It's a cornucopia. It's the time capsule thing that happened this week in Bucks County. So I'll do that. I stuck that. But
because we did Snake this week.
Yeah.
So
Smug.
Smug's kind of like a snake.
And
right?
his Catholicism. He'd always bring up his Catholicism. But I'll give him this. I think I'll give credit. I think he's relatively smart. Jimmy Kimmel is a dummy. And Jimmy Kimmel ought to be the one that goes more than anybody else. And Jimmy Kimmel is the one that lectures us all the time. Although Colbert's opening monologue often was 3/4 filled just with political points. I mean, maybe he should do talk radio rather than comedy. So who's funny? Might do that as a side next week. I mean, who's out there that's funny? They keep on neglecting when they're going through the roster of late night shows. I have some recent stats here. The one that has the biggest audience, and particularly gaining 25 to 54-year-olds, is Greg Gutfeld. Dan and I have weighed in, Andrew. Neither one of us find Gutfeld particularly funny. Do you?
Not particularly. I don't know. They play a laugh track whenever he does his shows and stuff. But
why does it do so well? It's doing overwhelmingly well. I'll give you one answer.
A laugh track or a live audience?
That's what I'm trying to figure. Whenever they show like a wide shot of the studio, I can't tell if there's an audience.
I think there's a live audience now.
I would imagine there is.
But I think the others are so pathetic, so bad. What passes as Johnny Carson territory, that Gutfeld has swooped in, and it's the only conservative one. Although Fallon is non-political, I think he's talented. That's my theory. I don't find it particularly funny either.
It is a live audience.
Yeah, live audience. But the numbers are overwhelming. Let me see if I have it here. Of Gutfeld versus these others. Here we go. This is late night TV ratings for the second quarter of 2025. Fox News Gutfeld. 3.289 million viewers and 238,000 18 to 49-year-olds. CBS Late Show with Colbert, 2.417. He's 800,000 behind Gutfeld. Jimmy Kimmel, 1.772 million. He's what, 2.5 million behind Gutfeld? Jimmy Fallon, 1.118. My God. The Daily Show, under 1 million. Late Night with Seth Meyers, 900,000.
Who's watching this crap anymore?
Yeah, right. Well, maybe.
No, but sincerely, like Maisie sat there and she goes, is this political or is this just people don't watch late night comedy?
Well, there's some of that too. Yeah, there's some of that. Maybe they ought to go to 10 o'clock. People see clips of it, I guess. They don't have riveting interviews. I mean, who is it?
In a world of streaming, I got to say, if you ask 9 out of 10 people what they watch at night, 9 are going to say something on Netflix to fall asleep to that I become accustomed to. The other person's going to say complete silence and darkness. I don't think anyone's tuning in to fall asleep to, late night anymore.
And I think, though, the Gutfeld, has an audience. I mean, that's astounding numbers, 18 to 49-year-olds. Why? If you watch Gutfeld, tell us, what's the humor that you see there? What is it? Or is it just, hey, this is the one comedy show that is going to attack what the other side does?
I know a lot of people that essentially, Fox News is, when you want background noise, Fox News is what you do, and you become so accustomed to it that it's
Just
really,
leave it on.
It's just not even to leave it on. It's just the channel you go to when you want that in the background.
Right.
And I feel as you wrap up your night, what you want is some kind of levity, and they've really struck a chord there by finding essentially something that a lot of these, daily Fox News viewers really want to tune into. And I think that combined with the comedy that grows some kind of moderate base, it's really led to these high ratings that Gutfeld's saying.
They're astounding. It's the most astounding
so
thing
much
about
better.
Fox.
I'm just saying.
Well, who wants to fall asleep to CNN? Honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
self-explanatory.
I would say the Scott Jennings show, I don't call it the Abby Phillips show,
True.
is good TV.
Did you see him floating a conspiracy theory yesterday?
And what's that?
Oh, Torre was
Torre. At the very end, Torre saying, well, I wasn't there, so I don't know that Trump was shot in the ear.
Yeah.
Oh, Scott Jennings, yes. Oh, my God. I love that line. Well, and he was being relatively reasonable, Torre, with Scott Jennings. All right, let me give you the side. You get him right now at 855-839-1210. If you watch Gutfeld, what's the humor? I mean, humor is such a tough business. I have a list of the top 100 as voted by people. In the top 10, my favorite, the first time I saw him, I was like, wow, this is unbelievable. Maybe it was the Catholic stuff. George Carlin. Now, George Carlin is sacrilegious at times, but when he would talk about growing up Catholic, there was some real insight. I mean, he got crazy later on. I'm talking about the first out of the box. I think I saw him his first network appearance and was like, wow, this guy is incredible. Johnny Carson, of course, is the master. That's what people wanted. Johnny Carson wasn't going to be talking about Putin like Colbert. Side question. All right, so the kids and adults over at Eisenhower, is it middle school, whatever it is, in Bucks County, opened up, and they had it in concrete, a time capsule of 63 years, so back to 1962. Even before the 60s revolution, it went that far back. And they displayed what was in the time capsule. A lot of them were kids' drawings, doodles, so to speak. We want to know what it is you miss that you wish you had preserved. Something, maybe as a kid growing up that you would have in your time capsule that you would still have with you if you opened it today, whenever that time as a kid was. But our buddy J.D. Mullane covered it for the Courier, and they had they had a lot of stuff, but a lot of it was drawings, photos, things of that nature. I like the time capsule. I know you don't see them as much anymore, but as time has changed, I was almost going to say, what would we put in the time capsule of today, given where we are? So, Dan, what would you want?
I want to take one off in your eyes first. Yes. The Dom Giordano time capsule, the thing he wishes he had back that he put in a time capsule to open one day and have it fresh and brand new. How about the good old Barca Lounger, Dom? I'm sure you regret getting rid of that thing, huh?
Oh, man. I needed, that Barca Lounger is just, I can feel
how's
it now.
How's the new chair? Is it holding up well? Or?
I do like the new chair, though. I got to say. But, when the Barca Lounger was on its last legs, it felt even more comfortable. Andrew, you can't imagine this.
That can't be true.
There are photos up there, getting out of it.
So to bring Andrew in on it, it's almost like the Archie Bunker chair, where Dom had a chair that if anyone sat in it and he was walking in the room, they would have to scram because Dom was like, get out of my chair.
But of course, the lever broke. The whole side broke. You had to push off in a funny way to get in and out of it.
Your weight had to be on the one side of the chair.
But I was not going to get rid of it.
So let me ask you, would you keep the broken chair in a time capsule? Do you wish you still had that? Or
yes, the
broken one. Do you think it was
one.
a good decision?
The broken one.
Yeah.
No, the broken one. Yeah, I would keep that.
The memories are in that one.
That's exactly right. Yeah, rocking Luke when he was a baby in that one. It was the Barca one. That's a good one, Dan.
Rosalie on YouTube says she wishes she had her Pinky Lee doll back.
All right.
And I love the reasons behind them because I think everyone has some kind of personal thing here, but there's got to be something that people relate to in it as well. And I'm going to take one off the board that I think we all grow up and we all have one kind of stuffed animal or toy that we become attached to. And there's a show called Barney that we all are familiar with, and Barney had a friend. Barney had a friend called BJ, and BJ was a yellow dinosaur, a different kind of dinosaur. I have no idea what type.
Triceratops.
No, a Protoceratops. You're wrong.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right?
I just looked at, and I had a little stuffed animal BJ. I brought it everywhere growing up, and now that I'm welcoming a daughter to the world, I just wish I had the thing back so I could share it with her.
There you go.
Pass it to the next generation.
We'll get Andrews coming up.
what he'd put in it. We'd love to hear yours and try to make it relatable to everybody. As best you can. What do you have on YouTube?
Great answer, Suze. She says, my grandmother's sticky buns recipe, she never wrote it down, and I miss them dearly.
Oh, that's
goodness gracious.
What a disgrace. Yes. The sticky buns versus the Barca Lounger.
Gary says, if you're making one right now, you got to include your hair, football, and basketball in the Mulligan's t-shirt, huh?
That's right. A picture of the football landing in a 40-yard throw.
Yes.
Or the football I did throw 40 yards once. It looked like a missile in the air. I mean it. I just can't get a grip on the current football. Although I have a Bridgestone given to me by a guy that's supposed to fly 10 yards farther based upon the aerodynamics. And that's what I'm going to use if Ron Jaworski comes to the next Mulligan.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Join the discussion, please. And also, Dom, a hot debate playing out right now. Puffed cheese doodles or crunchy cheese doodles? Dom Giordano, where do you weigh in?
Both of them.
You got to pick one.
You can't play both
Nobody
of them.
likes an independent, Dom. You got to pick one.
All right, crunchy.
Okay.
Great. Wonderful.
60-40 right now, crunchy. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go vote.
Yeah, you dip it in your gravy. All right, 855. Your grandmother's gravy recipe would certainly be there. All right, Andrew is on deck. Your call. Get in early, though. Don't let people take the best one on that. And this media frenzy now around this with Trump, I'm watching to see what Pam Bondi's going to do today. Coming up, the Maha people. All right, I get it. I believe in healthful living, eating, and all that. But are people really going to demand, despite what Dan says, sugar like Mexico cane sugar? Okay, is that healthy for you, though? You might want to get rid of the fructose, but isn't sugar the issue? Really? A product from Mexico, and you're going to say, is there going to be a standard where the Maha puts a stamp on it, says Maha? Come on, you're kidding yourself.
I don't think, sincerely, Andrew, I'm gonna go get some Mexican Coke and have Dom compare it with regular Coke.
You are going to taste a significant difference.
But I don't doubt that. It might taste better. So Coke is saying the right thing. It's all about taste. And I'm not convinced people don't want fructose. I'm not sure of that yet. But the point is, they don't want sugar. The non-sugar products are going up. So why are we trying to sell sugar when people, if they want to be more healthful? You got to know you can't drink sugar, right?
It's healthy, isn't it?
Yeah, they want to be more healthy, a more healthful product. That's right.
Oh,
yes.
It's not a more healthy product?
No. You're healthy. The product is healthful. It helps you to be healthy.
Person versus thing.
Exactly. Thank you. All right, come on, jump in, 855-839-1210. The wagons are circling here. You can see it today, what the Wall Street Journal did. And even if they produce something at this point, I don't even see that being determinative of this with Trump. We'll see what the grand jury says. Will that be enough? Might be enough to move on. 855-839-1210. Coming up to Andrew got for me. You remember when Jon Stewart was on with the great Colbert, and Jon Stewart started to say, it's Wuhan. It's the Wuhan virus. And Colbert was like, uh-oh, where's that trapdoor? We'll play that with Dom, Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. I want you to join me for our next Politics and Pints with my special guest, Fox News superstar Giordano Caldwell, Thursday, July 31st, 7:30 p.m. Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Easy to get to. Jersey people, easy to get to. It's going to be a great night, but tickets are going to sell out. I don't want you to miss this. One night only. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. Get your tickets now. Politics and Pints with me and Giordano Caldwell, July 31st, 1210WPHT.com.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more. Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands.
about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision-crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this better be covered in the expense account of Talk Radio 1210.
$4? Maybe I won't do this.
Anywhere
You
else.
kidding me?
Yeah, I think that's a little too expensive.
No, we got to do it. We got to
Mexican Coke versus real Coke. Oh, God.
I wish they had 7-Eleven still in the city. There used to be one down the corner. I could just walk down to there, but
Yeah,
the crime here made that close
without
up.
being too blunt, is the gaseous nature of this.
So what I want to do, Dom, this is what I proposed during the break. Is
Sip, yes.
I would love to go get a Mexican Coke, and I'll grab a normal American Coke. I'll put them both into a glass. You won't be able to tell which is which. I want you to be able to differentiate which you like better, and I think I would bet money that you will pick the Mexican Coke.
Okay. I don't want any glasses out of here. The washing is an issue. I have a cup.
disposable
two
cup.
cups. I need 2
Oh
cups.
yeah.
Okay, I'll come up with one.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Skylar, there's got to be another. I know where to go get one. I keep them hidden. All right, I'll
You
do it.
hide cups?
Yeah, of course.
Are you
Out
kidding
here,
me?
you're not going
Why?
to have a cup because people want them just like I do. They don't want to rely on the dishwashing.
Do you is that never mind.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I don't even want to explore this further, Dub.
All right, let's go to Jack Chitterelli in the on-deck circle. I don't know if Mexican Coke will be an issue over in Jersey or not, but Jack stepped in at a pizzeria, and I've never asked him gravy or sauce. He may not answer as a politician. I want to know the Chitterelli's secrets of the pizza. Apparently, he's a great cook. I know meatballs and all. And we'll give you the poll results with him, too. Let's go to Terry in Harleysville. Hey, Terry, welcome in.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Terry.
Trump is making comedy great again. I want to talk about Gutfeld a little bit and stay away from that Montezuma's revenge Coke. Just don't trust that at all.
Oh,
Come
that's
on, you
right.
don't want it
That's
yet.
right. Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
Maybe a
You're
producer
not going to
should
get
step in and
Montezuma's
do
revenge.
this.
Dom, that is the most ridiculous thing I've heard in a long time.
Well, you know,
that you think Coca-Cola is packaging with Montezuma's. No, come on. Do you
know what,
imagine
Terry,
the recall that would happen on that, Terry? If one of the biggest corporations in the world
Listen,
were to ship out Montezuma's revenge?
Go ahead, Terry. Give the counter.
If you're going to call gravy sauce, you don't have any credibility, Dan. Sorry.
Yes, buddy. That's it, Terry. Way to go. There you go.
Right. So, look, Trump is making comedy great again, fellas, and all holds barred are off. I mean, everything's fair play now. Gutfeld, I love that show because they really get into the weeds, and nobody's safe. I mean, Comey's on there the other night, and they're picking on him. They pick on the Fox host. They pick on everybody, but especially the left, and it takes it to a special level. There's a lot of comedy, and you got to watch it for about a week because there's good shows and bad shows.
Okay.
And, you're going to find that on the whole, I go to bed with a smile on my face because they're big on Crockett. They pick on everybody, and it's relentless, and it's beautiful. And I'll say this: we're winning the culture war through that. Polls reflect culture, and if we're going to take this country back, we have to take the culture back.
Well,
And
that's
comedy-
true. The numbers are astounding. You're right on the point of how much this is beating these shows that have much bigger budgets and advertising behind them. Yeah.
It's just incredible. The Gen Z men, the young men in Gen Z are just flocking not only to the right, but to religion, to faith, and it's just a great indicator of what's going on. Thanks to Trump. As far as what do I miss? I'll tell you what I miss. I miss traditional woman. Okay, you go back to the 60s and even 70s to some degree, you'll find real women, not these out of their minds with expanding rights, nutcakes that are just destroying the female gender. I mean, they're just obliterating. So men are saying, "Wait a minute, this doesn't seem right to me. Let's go over here where they're joking about this stuff." And I seem to believe in all this. That's what I'm talking about. Gutfeld helps bring this home to young people, and it helps turn our culture.
Thank you, Terry, very much. For a moment, I thought he was going to put the woman in the time capsule, the traditional woman. An apron. There you go. All right. Good call from Terry, though. Two people fired up over Gutfeld. I get the power of it. All right. Jack Chitterelli is next. A lot to unpack. He's a busy guy. I'm thrilled that we get him back on with us, running for governor in New Jersey on Talk Radio 1210.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Cioli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. So whether you want fiber cement siding or maybe vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. Siding is not just for curb appeal. It also acts as that protective barrier against harsh weather of all seasons. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding completes every project with such care, such precision, and they also go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home and your budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage, 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, you're with Dom here on Talk Radio 1210. We should be joined by Jack Chettarelli in a moment, running a great campaign, and some pizza secrets from him. I see that the poll that we've been talking about, the counter poll that's out, indicates Cheryl might be up by 5 points, but Jack leads by 7 when voters are informed of her major positions, one of which is supporting the goals of the guy in New York, the communist running for mayor. So we'll ask him about that. We'll tell you events where he's going to be coming. I'm trying to get him to come to Mulligan's the next time we're down there in August.
You think he'd weigh in on sauce versus gravy?
I'm going to wait to the end to ask that because I remember Dawn Fantasia, who fires away on everything, wouldn't answer on the sauce and gravy. It's such a thing. You know what I mean? They're afraid the polling. They're not sure where this is
I
going.
want to lose the Italian base. You know?
Yeah, the Italian base. Which way are they going to go? These sauce people are tough. They'll vote against you if you say it's gravy. And you heard the guy tell you about gravy that was just on. Terry. So who's funny over the course of time? Let's say I gave you mine, Carlin, over the last 20 years. I only had to do stand-up at WWDB. It was a charity thing for 2 minutes. And I had a writer and everything else. And it was like, oh, my God, this is not easy. Doing that, the people that are really great for an hour and a half, it's almost hard to believe their train of thought that they can keep going on something and just perfect timing to be able to do it. It's quite an art. But political comedy, Colbert is not comedy. It's just lecturing. That's what we're seeing. All right, you got the side question. We're getting some really sentimental ones. Kids over in Bucks County, Eisenhower Middle School. He came there at some point. They put in a time capsule 63 years ago, and they opened it up. You know, it had drawings, pictures in there. I don't remember anything amazing. What would you have in there, though? Is it something that would be valuable now, or the sentimental value as a kid? You can't believe that you don't have that now. What the heck happened to it? This was built into the wall. They had to bring in technicians and all to remove it and open it up. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Joe, how you doing, Joe?
Good afternoon, Dom. And happy Friday. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Joe.
I told Dan, I said, you might want to come to me after lunch hour because we we used to save, and this wasn't my idea. It was my wife's. We used to save our children's, the remnants of our children's umbilical cords, and I don't know where they got to.
Well, look, I don't think it's that strange, the umbilical cord. What were you keeping it in, a core, or what were you doing?
They were in each individual Ziploc.
Okay.
And
they got lost? That's amazing.
Yeah, I can't find where they got to.
All right.
I like the guy's first answer. Mine were Mickey Mantle rookie cards. I had at least a dozen of them that were probably worth about $90,000 a piece now. They went into the spokes of my bike. But I thought further, and I said, boy, those umbilical cords, that was something we had to keep back then. I have no reason why. I was just told we got to save them, and now they're nowhere to be found.
Yeah, the Mickey Mantle card, I think, was the prime. I mean, nothing more than Mickey Mantle, Joe. That's a great one. All right, let's go to Jack Chettarelli. Jack checking in here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jack, welcome back to town. Thanks for joining us.
Dom, great to be back with you.
Well, before I get to the lesser important stuff, saw you making pizza. I know the meatball stuff. I follow you every second on Twitter, et cetera. What's the pizza secret? What does Jack Chettarelli recommend?
Well, what I recommend is usually a turnoff to a great many people, but I love it, and I'll be having one tonight, and that's anchovy, no cheese.
Oh, the anchovies. Whoa, wait a minute here, Jack. Where did that come from?
Well, I don't know. It's something my dad always made at home, and I just love an anchovy pie with no cheese. And, people tease me and say, what do you mean no cheese? And, Italians will always say, many Italians at least will say, you don't put cheese on fish. So I just love it with a glass of wine. You can't beat it, Dom. Anchovy, no cheese. Give it a try.
All right, but there's never a pineapple allowed there, right? You would explode if a pineapple.
Dom, don't do that. My goodness, that's
right.
a cardinal sin.
There you go.
You don't put fruit on a pizza.
All right, do you take a position? Because I've been under fire like you wouldn't believe, almost as bad as Mickey Sherrill in any reasonable debate about. I'm a gravy guy. I'm from South Philly, Jack, and the sauce people are unrelenting.
Yeah, I'm willing to lose votes over this one, too, Dom. It's gravy, not sauce. And by the way...
Oh, man, make this man president. All right, let's start the Jack C for president right now.
It's not pasta. It's macaroni. Come on.
Good stuff. Well, Jack, you might be celebrating tonight. You see a reasonable poll out now because the people that they selected, there's not this bias going in. You've been through that before. The last time with Murphy, what was it, 26 points, now 20. Look, I defer to you and your people on the ground, but my sense of South Jersey, at least, and maybe the whole state, this is going to be a very, very close race. Nobody's down 20 points here. What do you make of the new poll?
That same polling agency had me down 41 points against Phil Murphy right after the primary last time around. They had Kamala Harris winning New Jersey last year by plus 20. I don't know why they're still in the business. Every other poll that's been out has put it right within the margin of error. Dom, let me tell you something. As I go up and down this state, we're going to win this race. I really thought we were going to win in 21, but the electricity, the energy, the positivity is off the charts this time. People want change. That's exactly what my candidacy offers.
And I wanted to tell listeners to give them hope on this. They're sensitive. You have the big guys. You have Watley coming in. The voter rolls, 32,000 or so questionable. Cleaning that up, Jack. So we're not just wishing it. We're really taking care of the infrastructure here.
Well, we're talking about something else here, too. I mean, since I ran for governor in 2021, there's 100,000 fewer registered Democrats and 200,000 more registered Republicans. That's a 300,000 voter registration swing. And when you think about the closeness of my race in 21, my goodness, this is right here before us. I just need to work hard over the last 3.5 months. That's exactly what I'll do to deliver a win.
Now, I see, too, you're doing big events with our buddy. One is Scott Presler, Sid, who is a radio host in New York, I know very well, and somebody else, I think, in Seaside Heights. So we're seeing a groundswell where Jack Ciattarelli goes of people coming out, and that's usually a pretty good indicator of the excitement we're talking about.
It really is. And when we talk about people coming out, we're not just talking about Republicans, and we're not just talking about unaffiliated independent voters. As I go around the state, Dom, I can't tell you how many moderate Democrats have come up to me and said, Jack, we've had it. We're done. We're voting Republican this time around. We need change.
It seems to be a point, Jack, of sensitivity already. Your opponent trying to explain the $7 million or so that was made in stock exchanges. And here's somebody that wants to be independent woman running the state and yet seems to defer that question to her husband.
Dom, she's already disqualified herself in a number of ways, one of which was she couldn't answer the very simple question, "You're governor, what do you do on day one?" Right. Listen, we struck out with Corzine because he wasn't from New Jersey. Murphy wasn't from New Jersey. She's not from New Jersey. But she also disqualified herself with what you're referring to. How can you not answer the question or not be able to answer the question of how your net worth has tripled in the last 4 to 6 years? But one thing we do know for sure, she violated federal law when it came to stock trades and stock reporting for Congress people. And that in and of itself is a disqualifier, as is having endorsed Mondami, the Democratic mayoral candidate out of New York City.
That is a biggie. I mean, this guy is a menace. Even the more skilled Democrats don't know how to deal with him. And she certainly said she supports his goals. Jack, are you going to be in our area, South Jersey, anywhere near us in the next week or two?
Oh, you bet, Tom. I mean, we look to touch every county around the state at least once every 2 weeks. And as you know, no candidate's ever spent more time in South Jersey than I have. I don't even think that Mike Sherrill knows where South Jersey is.
Absolutely. For all things Jack Ciattarelli, including the anchovies and pizza, you got to put that up on Twitter. Jack, where do we go to volunteer, to see where you're going to be, to raise money? What do we do?
Jack4nj.com is the website where you can learn all about the campaign, my policy positions, and volunteer, and certainly on social media through the same handle, jack4nj.com. You can follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and you'll see all about our travels. So I look forward to seeing people out on the trail each and every day, Dom.
Thank you, Jack, very much. Enjoyed talking with you as always. We'll catch up soon. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
All right, Jack Ciattarelli here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Dan, anchovies. No cheese. All right, did Dan leave? Does he?
Yeah, he went to go get something for later in the show. He wasn't kidding, Dom.
I'm not sure if I'm signing off on this. I
may not have a choice.
Trepidation. First of all, I got to find a clean cup here. I'm not. I looked in the down there. No, the washing and all that. I need to see that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll see about this Mexican Coke versus current Coke. Man, just a taste. That's all. All right, I'm sure I'll be able to figure out the difference. But is that what the Maha movement, health, is sugar in your Coke the health, or is this just another dodge to say, give me cane sugar? All right, give me tallow. Now, the tallow is better than the opposite. And I get the fructose. You know, when I see that, that's it. Put that down. All right, big 1 o'clock hour. You heard Jack Cettarelli. Not only that, gravy, not sauce. All right, I wasn't expecting that. I thought he would take the populist position, which is sauce. I just had to ask the question. That's all I did. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up. Oh, boy, Brian Fitzpatrick again. He's one of about 8 Republicans supporting the so-called dignity bill for people here illegally by this Congresswoman Salazar, who's been screaming stuff in Spanish today at a rally toward President Trump, saying, well, God spared you, President Trump. You have to recognize that, and you have to pay God back by sparing people that are here illegally. Oh, man, Brian Fitzpatrick signing off on this stuff with this woman? Give you details. Coming up with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. 9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We'll be joined by Senator Dave McCormick, who had the biggest success of the week at about 1:40 today. Our buddy Maureen Faulkner, the big bicycle race run this weekend. She'll join us much later in the show. You heard Jack Cettarelli, what's going on with Mikey Sherrill and this new polling that indicates, I think where it is, that she might be slightly ahead, name recognition. It's a Democrat state, but it is closing. And when they debate and when the campaign plays out, in the end, it's going to be very close, but I think he has the advantage. By the way, a place that never fails to disappoint, our former person of the year. Remember Meg Brock? Meg Brock has gone out there nationally. She's moved away from the area, from Bucks County, working with the Daily Caller and people like that. She won a big case yesterday that Commonwealth Court upheld sanctions against Bucks County for bad faith. Now, we only have the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to go next. Are those goofy commissioners going to bring it to that level? Probably. Bob Harv DeGrasse, Harvey might do it. She was awarded. The case dates back to COVID-19 when Megan Brock, a mother, school-age children, right-to-know requests. Remember that, how brilliant it was with Jamie, her partner, seeking communications about the Bucks County Health Department's pandemic guidance. Specifically, Brock was seeking emails from August 2021 when the county suddenly overrode COVID-19 guidance from Dr. David Damsker, who was our person of the year the next year. Remember that? Dr. Damsker is a guy that said 3 feet distance would be enough to go back to school, not 6. Around the state, school boards were gravitating to this guy because of his credibility, scientific knowledge. What did they do? They shut him down, Wolf and the gang out there in Bucks County. And these suburban people, these dopes, still voted for them the last time around. And now Harvey's running against Brian Fitzpatrick. So good for Megan Brock. There's one more level to go. The state Supreme Court, I don't know if they would take it to the U.S. Supreme Court. Do these people in the suburbs read anything, know anything? Do they support what these commissioners have been doing? Do they support Merseglia saying she doesn't follow the law, there's no precedent to her or anything else, when she was trying to shut down people trying to vote and stand in line forever to vote by mail, to hand it in, though, to get the early vote, essentially? Remember that? People out there in brutal temperatures doing that? Nope. We go on. Again, it comes back to what I always ask. I mean, how much do we need to know? The commissioners over in Montco, and no, I don't want to have them on Tom. We love you on a lot of stuff. Even Tom DeBella, the Republican, in Montgomery County, they just voted to raise the minimum wage in one fell swoop for county employees by 25%. 25% in one fell swoop. And what they're hoping to do is somehow or another raise the minimum wage across the board, I guess in Montgomery County. I'm not sure how they think they're going to do that. 25%. You can go around the horn. We are seeing progress, I think, in Chester County. Delaware County has just progressives all over the place that are running that county. But just take a look at Bucks and take a look at Montgomery County. Megan Brock, we salute you. I think she was on with Rich yesterday. It's got to be out there on podcast. And Dr. David Damsker. Remember, we found this guy. We'd bring him on, the credibility. They just put him in the basement. What is it in the suburbs where they have this critical mass that they're able to continue to? I mean, if Philadelphia did this, that's Philadelphia. That's why I understand it. I don't understand Bucks County being this asleep on something like this. And that's the county where there is some hope, where Trump won. Now, with Brian Fitzpatrick, this woman Salazar has a bill that she says is the dignity bill for people here illegally. You know, it's the usual nonsense. They've said this before. They'll have to pay $7,000, which they'll never end up paying. And they'll have to tell us who they are, something like that, and they get to stay. And she's actually out there at press conferences in Washington, sometimes in Spanish, saying, President Trump, God spared you. You have a duty to spare from God. He spared you to save these people that are here illegally. And Brian Fitzpatrick is one of the few Republicans that is signing off on this. Now, I can't tell you, hopefully, there is going to be a major primary figure. I'm unaware of anyone. I'm not sure why. I think they'd have a reasonable chance potentially at beating him. But he seems to be solidified into that role. And people call me, even Guy Shiraki, they give him a pass to say, well, look, this is what you have to do to win. You got to give this guy a pass on everything. He didn't have to sign off on this bill. I don't even buy the Medicaid argument that the Senate made it worse, so he had to be voting to stop going along with the House version. Remember that? The big, beautiful bill? But why does he have to sign off on the Dignity Act? Dignity what? People don't want illegal immigration. So out in Bucks County, he must think they do. This has no chance of passing, but he gets to virtue signal that he's caring. I mean, after all, as I understand this law, who could be against? These people admit it. They pay $7,000. They have to pay their taxes. And essentially, they get citizenship. How? Again, simple question, Brian. What about all the people that are trying to get here? And I'm all about streamlining this while also keeping integrity of who gets into the country. What about all those people trying to do that? Why in the world would we allow people who broke the law, came here, did all these things, to allegedly pay $7,000, which I'm convinced they'll never pay anyhow, and suddenly they get the lottery ticket, they're a citizen. They get to stay in that kind of status. Dignity. The people in Bucks County really want that. Again, when you're forced to vote, as he was, on the Medicaid difference between the Senate when he came back to the House, that's bad enough. In this case, though, he doesn't have to put his name on this bill and be co-sponsoring and being on board with this. He could just let it go. As I said, it's going to be defeated routinely. The Trump administration, the Congress, they're not going to go along with this woman to say we're going to have amnesty all of a sudden. Based on what? Not going to happen. Why put your name on it? He's virtue signaling, and he's thinking, well, what are we going to do about it? And I admit that calculus so far might work. In other words, there doesn't seem to be appetite to have a primary for Fitzpatrick. I mean, I think if there were, I worry, because even if he won, then he still has to take on Bob Harv de Gras Harvey, and that might weaken him a bit. So I do worry about that. But how do we have to put up with a guy putting his name on stuff like this when he doesn't have to? Come on. Again, when it's a critical vote, you got to go one way or the other. I get that. I'll have to assess it. But to jump on with this nutbag woman who is not a Republican, saying, well, they are going to pay $7,000, so they get citizenship, dignity, and wrapping it up in saying that President Trump, after all, was spared by God when he was shot in the ear. He's got to pay back on that by showing dignity to people to stay here illegally. This is how warped this is. How can you sign off on that? Based on what? Why? Well, it shows people that the so-called moderates, that he's moderate on this, and the rest of us, he says, you can't do anything about it. I'll keep doing this stuff. And some of the people that, even the other day, guy said to me, well, the Reagan principle, 80% of the time he's with you. Yeah, but there are backbreaking things here. This is one of them. You cannot be for amnesty in this matter. One of the driving forces, one of the few Republicans, a lot of them are Latino. Then there's 2 or 3 others. One's retiring. Why in the world is Bucks County really saying, yeah, if you pay $7,000, you came here illegally, you don't even have to pay it, we're lying about it, then that's enough. You get to stay, you get to be a citizen. Is Bucks County really? I could see if it were Montgomery County. You might have more of a shot there. They're crazy. Bucks County, Trump won. If Trump won it, why do you have to say, if you pay $7,000, you get to stay, no holds barred? All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. We got some great ones on YouTube and even on call-in. Side question today, the kiddos out there in Bucks County this week, they took apart, they brought in heavy equipment, it looked like, a time capsule. It was in the Bucks County Courier Times. It was fun. 63 years. Uh-oh. Coming it up. I mean, Dan paid out of his own pocket. All right, I can guess which one's Mexican. Mexican is probably this one, right? Am I right? Yep. Yeah, here we go on YouTube.com. I mean, how much is required to drink here? We'll just a taste. All right, Dan's going to pour them into these cups that look to be sanitary, at least. I thank you for that. Yeah, Dan, after the break, I will consume a little bit of Coke and a little bit of Mexican Coke. Mexican Coke. Don't take that, Andrew. Don't fool around with that quote. Mexican Coke beverage. All right. I wonder if Trump will be consuming Mexican Coke when he signs a bill today. All right. And is the cane sugar versus fructose? All right, that's one thing. I would agree. It strikes me that cane sugar would be more helpful than fructose. But you're drinking sugar. So, maybe you should go with the sugarless. I don't even know how that tastes. I couldn't imagine the last time I've had a Coke. And Pepsi, oh, my God. Just hold me hostage, and I'm not. Oh, Dan is suddenly enlivened here in the producing sector here. He's coming up with, God knows where he was getting that Coke. All right. 85, yes, Andrew. Where was he? He said there's a market that sells Mexican Coke.
Well, so he actually went to a taco restaurant down the street from here.
Oh, God.
But Dan's got the answer for you. Right
$4 for a Mexican Coke. Are you kidding me, Philadelphia?
Oh, my God.
Is that the tariffs? Is that tariff pricing that I'm paying now?
At least take it home so that you have...
what do you mean take it home? Once it's open, it's open. It's one of those old-style glass
It's a glass bottle. That's what makes it great. It's the glass bottle. It's the classic feel.
Oh, God. Yeah, Rick Stocker, where did I sign up here and talk radio today? Couldn't this be the Izzy Always show? Let him drink the Coke today. Let him be on Coke today.
Sue's request that we put a shot of spiced rum in one of them and see if he can pick her up.
That's Johnny, when he come down to Mulligan's in August.
Festy Guy says Mexican Coke is far superior. You watch, Dom. So what we're going to do after the break, Dom, is I went and got a Mexican Coke. I went and got an American Coke. I went and got unmarked, before they were unmarked cups, plastic cups. I put a 1 on one. I put a 2 on the other. Not that one. They're out here. I'm not going to let you see what I pour into which one. Come on, that's cheating.
Okay.
So I'm going to have Mexican Coke in one of the
blind
blind taste
cups,
testers.
I want to see the sanitation
And for the longest time, you've been saying there's no difference between the American and Mexican Coke. I want you to tell me which one tastes better between the two.
What are you making up stuff? I just said it's all crap. That's the problem.
It doesn't matter. We're doing this anyway.
But the idea that you can't taste the difference between high fructose corn syrup and sugar, I think will be proven right here, that you can indeed taste the difference. And it's crazy to me. And the underlying point of all of this, and I'm with RFK here, is why the hell is Mexico getting such a better product that's both healthier and tastes better, and
How
us
is it
Americans have to
healthier?
buy
It's just less processed.
Yeah, it's less. It's not.
It's less processed. That doesn't mean it's good for you in general. It's just more healthy.
So essentially, what they did is they made an artificial replicant of something that already exists that's less healthy, and they're shoving it down Americans' throats.
Okay,
Why?
I got you, but
it's cheaper.
I'm supposed to believe something in Mexico, of all places.
100,
and you know that I went into Juarez myself.
Tune in after the break.
Is more helpful. Mexico, I agree with the car already. Dan's off is here. Put this in the time capsule. We'll wake up 60 years from now, then we'll have it. All right, here's how you get in. The Big Taste Test, youtube.com/1210WPHT, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My pleasure and an honor and a privilege to finally meet the great Maureen Faulkner. I know we eclipsed 21,000. Your thoughts on just being from where it started to where it's reached right now?
Bend to the Shore means a lot to me because I've seen through the years how much good it has done, and that's why I love Mark. I've always loved Mark. When Danny was killed, I was going through his wallet. Danny actually had
the original VIP card.
The original VIP card.
For the Irish pub.
From the Irish pub.
Maureen, you are riding, correct?
Yes, I am riding.
All right. Mark, I've got 20 on Maureen to beat Stocker.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus, where everyone pays what employees pay. It might as well be Christmas in July. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe for only $289 a month for 24 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, you got to be on YouTube. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano Show. I have in front of me a taste test. Hopefully I will not do the Danny Thomas.
Yeah, buddy.
Spit up the fructose. That might be good.
Wait, spit up the fruit? What?
Yeah,
what am I missing over here?
You know, the Danny Thomas taste test with the coffee when he spit it out.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. And
So what we had there in front of you, Dom, is we got two glasses, one marked with a 1, one marked with a 2. I want you to just do a taste to each of them and just tell me which one you like better and just describe it for me. You're quite the wine connoisseur, so pretend you're drinking a glass of wine.
I'm sniffing it, and if this is the Mexican Coke, I'd say no, but we'll see. The sniff has fructose written all over it.
All right, so
the Coke smell.
Walk us through it. You're now smelling which number? You can see it on the outside of the cup there if you were to look.
I'm smelling 2.
Okay.
And I think there's a different smell between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
This one is much more that dreaded after Coke smell to me. This one is not.
Now give him a taste for
now
each
the
of them.
taste.
All right, so we're going with number 2 first. Is that number 2?
Yeah, I'm going to go with number 2 just to mix it up here. All right.
Your thoughts? He's guzzling it down right now. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Dom, your thoughts on the general taste of it?
Sweeter than I remember Coke.
Okay.
Number 2.
Number two.
Yeah, and I haven't, had Coke in quite a while.
Okay.
All right.
Now number 1?
I mean, in fact, the last thing is ginger ale, but that's sickness drink. So.
Me and Andrew are back here drinking the rest of this. And
okay.
We don't even want the American one.
I know.
It's kind of gross.
Waste of $2.
So what do you think of number 1?
All right. Number 1 is pretty tepid, to put it mild. There's almost no taste at all. It's clear to me that number 2 is the Mexican Coke.
Yep, you're correct.
All right.
Yeah.
And there's a different smell even.
Really?
Yeah, the first one, the smell.
I didn't notice that. I just drank it.
Oh no! What's a wine at the?
Oh yeah, it's a wine.
No, it's like it almost smells like plastic. I know it's in a.
Gosh.
Yeah.
It's almost plasticky. The
is.
smell of the American Coke.
It is. The American Coke has an overwhelming smell. I mean, it's a smell.
And it's like almost like a blossom of flavors when you put it in your mouth versus just a very dreary, almost kind of sweetness.
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely. I didn't even taste any sweetness at all.
So now you're a believer in Mexican Coke, Tom? That it is indeed there's a difference. And
soon to be American Coke.
So I just want your opinion. Why do you think? Why the hell does Mexico have such a better Coke with what looks to be a more healthy product? I think RFK's kind of onto something here.
I don't know if it's more healthful though. Why? Why do you say that?
Because it's not processed. It's not. There's tons of studies into high fructose corn syrup and the negative effect that it has, especially on children.
Right.
And it's proven that companies are prioritizing profits over health of their customers. So since high fructose corn syrup you're able to create it and you're able to shove it into products for much cheaper than cane sugar. Cane sugar you have to source from a farm and such. Companies have taken the easier route and shoved it on Americans. And meanwhile, other countries are out there with far superior, far better products.
How easy is it to get Mexican Coke then? Why are people
not buying it? I had to go down to a freaking taco restaurant.
Oh, okay. So it's not.
They are. I mean, I don't know what it is in Philly because I live in Jersey, but Dan, I know Dan lives in Jersey too. But if you go to a ShopRite, if you go to a Wegmans in Jersey, they do have Mexican sodas that are there.
Okay.
So they are available. They are a little bit more expensive. Like if you got like a bottle of Coke, like how Dan did. If you get it from a store, it's like $2.50 or whatever. A Mexican Coke is probably going to run you higher, like $3 or $3.50.
Okay.
So they are out there. To me, it's worth it. Like if I'm going to a restaurant or something like that,
right?
Even if I'm not even getting Mexican food, like sometimes you can eat it with Chipotle or whatever burritos and stuff. Like if I'm getting a cheeseburger and fries. It's just like Dom, you tasted it yourself. It's just a better product.
I told you the smell.
Yeah, I mean that should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I wanted to see.
I think it spans tons of industry too. I mean, we had the Steak and Shake guy, I remember, and he went to go to Europe to source what was it, lard?
Tallow
for his fries and such. And I just fear that RFK is correct when he says we have allowed corporations to essentially use and abuse the FDA and Americans for profit.
Well, what they're going to do, they claim now, and Pepsi then jumped in. I can't even imagine. I've seen the paint come off Mischief Night growing up in South Philly, so I still have that memory. The bottom line is, Dan, here, that I don't see any reason that they wouldn't go with this Mexican formula, except they're claiming Americans are, in their taste, not going to go for this. So we'll see.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, okay. We don't have a big enough sample, so
we have more Mexican Coke back here. You want some more?
Yeah, no.
I see you guys still going back to it.
Next time we're at Mulligan's, we will raise this again. It's a noticeable difference. There's no doubt about it, and it is better tasting. So you would think
the American one's like harsh too.
Yeah, you would think that Coke will not be able to use this kind of argument. If they're claiming taste, they ought to do it with RFK. They ought to do events. They ought to have taste tests and we'll see what happens. All right, so if you've tasted Mexican Coke versus this, do you believe it's better for you, better for your kids, or the fructose, to Dan's point, is cheaper, and it's in tons of things?
Doug might be good here, Dom.
All right, let's go to Doug in King of Prussia. Oh, yeah, Doug in King of Prussia, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Doug, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I want to start off with the anchovy on pizza, which I would try.
Okay.
Technically, I think a tomato is a fruit, so I love pineapple on pizza.
That's it. Anything you say after this is
come
lacking.
on, Doug.
Yeah, there's no credibility.
It just ruins the point
possible.
you're about to make about Mexican Coke now.
I mean, if you were dating, Doug, if you were dating, I'd pretend I'm a woman from your dating. You say the pineapple, and you're a great guy, gorgeous looking. Oh, that's it. You're out. Get out of here. I'm leaving.
Right.
The pineapple.
Well, like you put bacon on it too. It's freaking phenomenal.
Oh God, stop!
But
It's not...
listen. I really believe that people that say they don't like pineapple on pizza have never really tried it. And I would try the anchovies with no cheese.
Okay.
I would do the anchovies with no cheese, and it would probably be good. But that's just my opinion. But to the Mexican Coke, when I was getting on, I was saying my wife, she's very health conscious with her kids, blah, blah, blah. And the sugar is actually more healthy for her. The real sugar is more healthy than the high fructose. But what she said to me was, back in the 80s, Coke came out with, they used to put sugar in Coke, and they came out with the new Coke, and it was horrible. And everyone complained. Then they came out with the Coke Classic, and that's when they put the high fructose in. You can actually just go to Costco, and they sell Mexican Coke by the case. That's the way I buy it. It comes in a bottle.
Okay.
I'm all for if they would bring it back to the Coke in the United States, that they make it with real sugar, because it only sounds like that it would be, not that sugar's healthy for you, but using something real versus, like you said, processed, I think would be more healthy.
I got on paper, I agree with you that real over processed always would seem to be that, but I could be proven wrong. Got to take a look at it. All right, Doug, what would be in your time capsule? What do you want to put in?
Well, I thought about this, and I said, you know what? Hey, what were the fads that people went through, like the Cabbage Patch Kid, the Pet Rock, and all that stuff? When I was a kid, and I really enjoyed it as a kid, it was those cars. They were SSPs. They had like a ripcord that you pulled the wheel, and the kids would race them in the playground. And I actually got one from a cereal box where I mailed away for it, and no one else can get it. And I was the envy of all my friends, because I had the only SSP that they couldn't get. So I would say, just for a sentimental thing, these SSP cars, you don't see them around anymore, and they were fun when I was a kid.
Thank you, Doug. That's exactly what we're looking for. Nice. Thanks to Dan, too, for this taste experiment, and I agree with him. Even the smell, that's what I was looking for first. It was a different smell.
You want that American Coke, Andrew?
But
I think I'm good.
Yeah, but
appreciate the offer, though.
Here's the tension. Is it that difficult to get Mexican Coke? It appears to be not. Are people not aware of it yet? Maybe they will be soon. And can Coke, which line here, Dan?
John.
Oh, yeah, John. Okay, I see.
Pro tips on where to find some Mexican Coke.
Oh, okay. Well, he's in Feasterville. That's not known. I have to think of the town where Mexican Coke might be prominent. How close is that to Norristown? Let's go to John. All right, John, what do you have today? Hi.
Hi, Dom. I was calling to say that I do get the Mexican Coke. I've been getting it for about a year or so.
Okay.
I get it at the restaurant store on Bristol Pike there, right in Ben Salem.
Why would they have it over others?
Oh,
that's a restaurant store. Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you the truth, I'm not really a soda drinker, but but if I'm going to have a soda and I'm at home and then we have that, I'll have that, the Mexican Coke. It clearly tastes better than the Coke if you just bought what they have in the store. I mean, it's just better taste. Well, you just said it was better tasting.
Oh yeah, even smells better. I mean, the other has a distinctive smell that's not pleasant, and the sugary one is much better.
Exactly.
So how does this turn out? Is Coke going to continue? I bet they're right now in a boardroom going, oh, my God. Now we've been outed on this, but it's still a lot cheaper. How are we going to keep this going?
Coke's going to capitulate because Trump's going to put a tariff on if you don't use cane sugar in the Coca-Cola.
All right, we'll see that. I think one of the top 10 Trump things that are noteworthy is the button for the Diet Coke or whatever it is on the Oval Office desk. Big red button.
So we just went through the ingredient list, and
Yes.
the only difference on the entire
Right.
ingredient list is high fructose corn syrup versus sugar.
What percentage is high fructose? They
It
give you a
does-
percentage.
No, I don't think it has.
Okay.
Does it have the percent there, Andrew?
It says total grams of sugar. It says includes 65 grams of sugar, and then or 65 grams of added sugar. But it doesn't say like how much of
And
it.
it says
makes up.
39 grams of sugar in it.
Yeah.
The Mexican?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mexican has
So about
39,
half.
and this is
65 grams
65
of
grams.
sugar.
That's
Oh, my God.
That's 130% of your daily intake of sugar.
Oh, without a doubt. 65 grams. If I see anything over added sugars, anything over 7, I'm out.
Yeah.
On
And it
anything,
still tastes
cereal.
worse.
And still does and smells worse.
Yep.
All right. You can jump in at 855-839-1210. We'll talk with Senator Dave McCormick at about 1:40 here on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. How's this for a novel idea? Book your next office, bachelor, bachelorette, or private party at Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. Bob's offers men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30. Book a smaller group, 10 or less during business hours, and have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Ladies, call Bob's now and register for their women's shooting event August 10th at 1 p.m. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts shooting events throughout the year for anyone interested in learning about proper firearm ownership. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com, bobslittle.sportshop.com on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Kitchen Magic kitchens are proudly American-made, family-owned, and tariff-proof, so your dream kitchen won't get hit with hidden costs. Get 24 months same as cash financing. KitchenMagic.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Tom Giordano's show, Big Issues, Big Guest. Victory lap, really. We'll talk with Dave McCormick. What's next after that big summit here in Pittsburgh this week? You heard from Jack Chettarelli, the big takeaway. Pizza, no cheese, anchovies. The anchovy. But he was on record, and I was shocked that he did say gravy. Well, and you were shocked by that, were you not?
No, because I did a lot of political theorizing back here, and I'm thinking, he's got a lot of, Italians up there in North Jersey. He might want to win over, especially ones that might lean Republican. So.
No, I think it's sauce country.
Oh, North Jersey? No, that's gravy country, man.
No, that's what Dawn Fantasia told me.
You got to appreciate he's sticking to his guns.
Yeah,
he wasn't afraid to tell it like it is.
And then he spoiled it with the anchovies with no cheese.
Yeah, that was a little disappointing, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, I think I'd rather drink all this Coke than have to endure that. So, all right.
Are you not going to drink the rest of that? I might come grab it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, definitely. Well, particularly the Coke. I'm not going to drink that at all. Yeah. All right, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today. The Mexican Sprite and Fanta Orange are also good, and the Mexican Coke tastes better with rum than American Coke. And, Dom, I would submit to you that if you're active, the Mexican soda is far better for you because you burn off sugar. You don't burn off everything that's in high fructose corn syrup. I don't know if that would apply today, though, because kids aren't as active as they used to be,
Yeah, you probably can tell what I'm suggesting with the Maha movement. I'm on board of this versus the other. But I see people, Robert, I think, kidding themselves, some people, that they're just going to drink a bunch of Coke then. You know what I mean? You got to be careful with this.
No, I'm not much of a soda drinker either, but I think the Mexican is better. But Joe from Columbus, every time he walks down memory lane, Dom, he really brings it home for me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And for me, my favorite baseball card was my Brooks Robinson rookie card, which my brother wanted to put inside his bike wheel. And after I punched him, I said, "Here, take the Mario Mendoza card." I got 9 of those.
Wait a minute. Let's give Mario Mendoza credit, right? The Mendoza line.
Yeah, no, but he was decent. He was a decent fielder, but man, he just could not hit. And for my side answer, I'm going to go with the stereo systems that we had back in the 70s, where you had the receiver, you had the turntable, you had the speakers, you had the cassette deck, or maybe even a reel-to-reel. It was almost like they were status symbols back in the 70s, and they put out sound that you could not believe, and that's something I kind of miss from the 70s. So I'm going to go with the classic stereo system from the 70s.
Thank you. Yeah, a status symbol. That's hard to get now because everybody can get everything, be it phone or anything else. All right. Senator Dave McCormick with us next. We'll take you through the look at what happened at the summit. It is still making a whole lot of news and a couple of other things. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, big issues, big guest here with Dom. Senator Dave McCormick, a big week for Pennsylvania and for the country, and something else is going on. President Trump is signing the Genius Act, the crypto bill. Let's go to the senator. Senator, congratulations. You have delivered when we talked you versus Casey. Bob Casey may be a nice man, I believe, but never going to bring something like this to Pennsylvania. And I think I know what the difference was. It was your wife. That's what it was.
Hey, Dom. Good to be with you. I've learned that all good things in my life start with my wife, and this was her idea for this Energy and Innovation Summit. But honestly, I feel so great about it because it was something I had asked the president to do right after I won the election. I said I want to really profile Pennsylvania as the crossroads of the energy revolution and the AI revolution, because you can't have this AI growth without energy. And Pennsylvania is unique because we've got abundant energy, natural gas, second largest energy producer in America. We've got these incredible skilled workers that are necessary to build these big data centers. We've got these incredible universities. The host was Carnegie Mellon. We have obviously Penn and Drexel and Lehigh and Penn State and many others. And we got proximity to 50% of the population is within 500 miles. So this is where we want the world to invest. And at that summit, we had 60 major CEOs, 20 announced investments, $92 billion of investment. And so my goal was to use this as a catalyst for investing in Pennsylvania. A lot of this stuff had been being worked on, but this, having the president and his cabinet there made a huge difference. And then bring attention to Pennsylvania, our story. We had 150 reporters there. The entire press pool was on every major network. And obviously to deliver on the promises that the president and I made to Pennsylvanians. We're going to create opportunity for working families. So I feel great about it. But I'll say a final point. I know I'm going on here a bit, but the final point is, I said at the summit, we're closer to the end of the beginning than the beginning of the end. And by that, I mean, we're just getting started. So nobody should be complacent. We gotta do everything we can to make sure we win this revolution.
Mike Rowe, who's a friend of the show, was on, and usually we don't do an interview for 18 minutes. It was hard to stop him, how passionate he was, talking about these skilled workers in various, I don't even know that I should call it trade, just skilled workers that are needed. And he talked about some of the biggest CEOs, the number of people with these skills to build what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was exciting. It's one of the great, I don't know, maybe surprises to people is that AI is going to transform our lives. It's not like we can stop this. So my view is we're in a fight for AI supremacy with China. If we lose that battle, it's going to affect our infrastructure, our data, our very way of life. America's leadership in the world depends on winning this. And I think that battle runs through Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania should be at the lead of winning this fight for America, just like we were in World War II. The arsenal of democracy was right here in Pennsylvania. But the irony of this is blue-collar opportunities, skilled workers, at least for the foreseeable future, are going to grow.
Exactly.
Because this energy investment, these data centers they require, I mean, by any estimate, by any measure, the investments we announced are going to create tens of thousands of building trade jobs, many thousands of permanent jobs, all the indirect jobs. So this is an economic engine that's really important for Pennsylvania, but also for our country.
Senator, I'm surprised we're getting you on now because President Trump is signing, I think, in 45 minutes or so, the first big crypto bill. And when you talked about that in the middle of stuff, I stopped you one day and said, what the heck is going on in Pennsylvania? And Fox just said 21% of Americans are somehow or another involved in crypto. And I wouldn't have guessed that number.
Yeah. Now, this is stablecoin is going to be this Genius Act which is passing is a great step forward. It's just one step forward. There's lots more we need to do in terms of creating the regulatory framework. But essentially what it does is it allows, and this is a very conservative principle, it allows people to have a digital currency, a digital coin that's tied to the U.S. dollar. It's great for the dollar supremacy in the world. One of the advantages we have is that everybody sees the dollar as the key currency, the reserve currency. But this also takes banks and institutions out of where people have an ability to trade in stablecoin, which is tied to the dollar and something that gives them a lot of freedom. So this is a really important first step in terms of having the regulations we need. And it's a big deal for Pennsylvania. One of the surprises that I shared with you when we talked, I don't know, a year and a half or so ago, was how many jobs in Pennsylvania are dependent on crypto, particularly around the Allentown, Bethlehem area, around Philadelphia. Yeah. This is a big deal. And so it's great for Pennsylvania, great for the country, and an important step forward. And, the president, I give him credit. There's so many things that are happening that wouldn't have been thought of. I mean, he's the first president and 5 who have said it to take on Iran and get rid of their nuclear capability. We passed a bill yesterday, which he signed, which is to eliminate federal funding for public broadcasting, which I think is absolutely the right thing to do. It's been Republicans have talked about that forever, but what's happened is public broadcasting has become highly, highly biased and liberal. So it's terrific if you want to have information out there or media that's conservative, media that's liberal. That's totally fine. We need to have exposure to all that. It just can't be funded by the taxpayers. You see historic steps in energy dominance. You see the kinds of things we saw in Pittsburgh with the embrace of artificial intelligence and energy. One of the things I know I'm running on, Don, but one of the things that was so interesting at the summit was Westinghouse announced they're going to build 10 nuclear reactors over the next 10 years. This is unbelievable. And the CEO was there, and he said, this is tied directly, Mr. President, to your executive order on embracing nuclear power. So we have so many firsts going on right now, and I'm very excited because I think Pennsylvania is going to be the beneficiary.
Going back to one that you just said, removing the PBS, it is biased incredibly. John Kennedy was murderous on the Senate floor, showing that we do have to slow down. And I'm glad you're coming on today and realize how difficult these things are. You can see the fight in the system. Democrats in the system don't want to give them up, but they are getting done. We are clearing these things away that were on the laundry list as long as you've been a Republican, as long as I have been.
You're absolutely right. I've got this, I think I told you, I got this whiteboard in my office of all the things I promised on the campaign trail. I got the top 10 list. And I got to tell you, I'm really proud to say there's a lot of check marks next to the top 10 list.
Oh, you got to put that up on Twitter. We got to see that. We got to see how the whiteboard's going.
Yeah. Don't you worry. It's coming, brother. Okay. It's coming. Listen, we're gonna reinforce the promises made, promises delivered.
Exactly.
And part of that's what I'm doing, but a big part of that's what the president's doing, and I'm proud to support him on the things that we both campaigned on.
Senator, thank you very much for all things McCormick. Where do we go?
DaveMcCormickPA.com. We'll give you all you need to know, and we're super grateful for the opportunity to be on with you today, Don.
Next time, we need to hear Dina McCormick. I need to hear the real brain trust here.
Listen,
really.
Once you hear from her, you're never going to want to talk to me again.
I don't think so. Senator, have a great weekend. Thank you for coming on today.
Bye-bye.
Senator Dave McCormick on Talk Radio 1210. All right, the whiteboard. Promises made, promises kept. And these things are not easy to do. That's the point. You have a lot of blocks that are there to stop it. It seems to be easy. Why not just go forward and do it? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Don't forget, at 2:13 today, Dom's Money Melody, we do have a pair of tickets again to the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025. And Maureen Faulkner in the on-deck circle at about 2:30. She's riding. And I saw Nick out here. And I just had to ask him, Dan, come on, be honest now.
Yes.
Does Nick look like he's a trained guy to go? He told me it'll be easy. I got to know the secret. I don't know that I could do 65 miles. I know they have brakes and all that. He said one part of it's uphill, and a bike is much easier than running. But still, I'm amazed at this. Will Greg Stocker finish? What does
Greg? I don't know.
What does the Tropicana and AC say?
Like, Greg is looking svelte.
Yeah, he does look like he lost weight.
He's actually been legitimately training. We have a listener, that Road Warrior, that apparently he's been training with, I think. And, he's riding a lot, and I think he's actually taking this very seriously.
I think so, and there's several. Maureen Faulkner might be one. Can she beat him? Now, she's ridden a bike for as long as I've talked with her, I think, at least the last 20 years. So we got some contention. Do you think you could finish the 65 miles, Dan?
Me?
Yes.
Hell no.
It's a bike.
I don't think I could do the half one, the 32 or whatever it is.
Yeah, the bike part, and Nick says the stop-off parts, that really helps. He's just afraid of one uphill part. I'd be afraid of going over the Ben Franklin Bridge. I know they have it closed off.
I'm sometimes too lazy to drive to the shore.
Yeah, well, that's true. All right. Andrew looks like he would make 65 miles. He's passed the Greg Stocker fitness test. Producers.
Give me 6 months of training, and I'll do 64 miles on a bike.
Okay. All right. So
there's a 10-mile race.
Okay.
I'll do that. No, you know what? I don't even want to.
A 10-mile bike race? 10
mile
miles on a bike.
10 miles is nothing on a bike.
No, not really on a bike, Dan. Come on. Just look at those guys outside.
What's 10 miles? Like, what's the ride? 42 to AC Expressway? Is that what they take? Or
yeah,
Black Horse Pike,
that's a
right?
good question.
I think they do back roads. I don't know they take 42. Don't think you could do that.
I don't think you can put a bike on 42 down to the Atlantic City.
You take the Ben Franklin, then I think there are more back road type of stuff.
Yeah.
And they triumphantly come into AC. I don't think anybody rides back. I think somebody picks them up. They do something like that. But we'll ask Maureen Faulkner. She's done it before.
So it goes, okay,
doable.
no, I have it now. So it goes across the bridge, takes 30 over to Haddon Avenue through Haddon Township.
There you go.
Takes Haddon
30.
through Haddonfield. Oh, that's a really pretty drive. Ride. Haddonfield Berlin Road.
Oh, that's
goes
good.
down through Glendale, turns into Lakeview Drive, continues down Haddonfield Berlin Road, take a little detour back onto Haddon Avenue, and then it looks like they hop onto the White Horse Pike and generally take that for
that makes sense.
Far away, yeah.
All right, I just don't like going over the bridge on a bike. There's something about
They do Old White Horse Pike. Okay, so there's the Old White Horse Pike that kind of parallels the current White Horse Pike, and it looks like that's what they take down there.
All righty, good luck to Nick, and Maureen Faulkner will be coming up here, and Greg Stocker. We'll get all the details on Monday. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. We got Dom's Money Melody. We'll get the winner of the week for a $50 gift card to Gallows right up there on the boulevard.
Good piece of advice from Joe in Columbus.
Yes.
Says, it's from Newman Price. He says, if you win those tickets during Money Melody to Dave Matthews, don't take your HR director.
Yes. Great piece of advice there. And I think they fired the woman who, I saw it on Twitter at least, that the guy caught up and it fired the woman who got the tickets for the concert.
No.
Yes.
Oh, that's a bad
I mean,
move,
if
that's true,
if that's true, that is beyond. I mean, what the heck are we thinking here? And that's driving more news than almost anything.
I'm so happy you caught that reference. Okay, you saw that.
All right, we had an Epstein-free hour there. Even though I'm waiting to see what Pam Bondi's doing today, I'm still in the camp that yes, we haven't exhausted what's going on here. All right, so just a couple of updates coming up. The bottom line around this is the Wall Street Journal, I think, is in deep trouble at this point. Doesn't sound like Trump. We're going to see what they put forward because the guy who wrote this was connected to the Steele dossier people. So we're going to see how the credibility plays out. Is this real? Would Trump say enigma? And would Trump be doing doodles? He did one little doodle. You know, wouldn't it be good when we have Travis Mannion that we ask Trump for a doodle coming off this so he can mock it? How much would you pay for a Trump doodle? I think it would be historic.
The direct quote?
Yes.
I never wrote a picture in my life. Right. I don't draw pictures of women. It's not my language. It's not my words.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound...
It's like I never wrote a picture in my life.
And with AI, we know that enigma's never been said by him. And I know what you said, Twitter says, about what enigma means.
Yeah,
okay,
an anagram for
I don't see
young
Trump
women.
doing that. 855-839-1210. Big 2 o'clock hour to round out the week on Talk Radio 1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210 at about 2:14 or so, 2:13. We'll have the final Dave Matthews Band tickets, Dom's Money Melody. A couple of things. It just started to bubble up this morning that this was announced. But the Joint Base, McGuire-Dix base, Lakehurst. Is it Lakehurst or Lakeland? Lakehurst, will now be used, or part of it, it's enormous apparently, and I'll tell you how it's been used before, for detainees who are allegedly here illegally and will be sent out of the country, sent back to the country of origin as best we can. Now, Conaway, the politician, is he the assemblyman over in Jersey, and of course Andy Kim, I don't know about Spartacus. They've all jumped in now to say, if you can imagine, all right, so they're making the humanitarian. That's an argument you always hear, but they're making the argument that this is going to stop our military readiness. Now, this is the Joint Base that some of you know. You may be near there. We've talked about over the years where a lot of people from Haiti, Haitian evacuees, when the earthquake, they were housed there. When they sent a bunch of Afghan refugees to the United States, it may have been in the tens of thousands, they were housed there, sometimes for extended periods of time. But there was no complaint. We can do that and have military readiness. We can't do it, though, with the people that are going to be shipped out. Because this isn't, even with the funding, even the resources, you're not going to build up all these centers, the Alligator, Alcatraz, and things of that nature. This is a big area that's been used before for this. It could be used again. It doesn't have to be disruptive to the military. Do Democrats really care about military readiness? Well, they do when they can make the point, we don't want you doing it here. That's what this is coming down to. That's where we are. So watch for this to continue to bubble up. Also, congressional investigation. Why was Colbert fired? There's a multitude of reasons here, but the economies, we're not back in the days of Johnny Carson dominating. And even though he was paid well, the advertising dollars in America tuning in, it's a different time where people are not going to tune into this. Then you have the fact they're not funny or even attempting to be funny. People can get stuff on clips. It's a whole array of things. But Colbert being the first to go, how does Jimmy Kimmel, how does he survive? Here's a guy that used to be a radio host when I was at WWDB. He was here for a while, that worked with him. What was it, the Men's Show or the Man Show, whichever one they use. Women jumping up and down
on trampolines.
On trampolines.
Yeah.
Then the blackface incidents that happened with him, that he had to take a summer off. That was a penalty. And the first time he got on my radar screen is when he lectured us about the pushback against Obamacare, because his son, his young son, very young, I think, had to go to a hospital. It was a major deal. And he attacked those of us that opposed him. Thank God he had the money to do that. What about all these other people? As if we didn't want them to have that type of care. And it was almost silly, some of the arguments he was making. But this is what these shows, I would say that Colbert, though, was probably the most political just by raw minutes consumed by doing this. And he believed it helped the show. That's what people wanted. They didn't want comedy anymore. You had to put a face of comedy on it. But mainly it was just attacking Trump, not even politics, just attacking Trump. So who's funny? Dan, are you convinced by those calls? People that said Gutfeld is very funny to them. I'm not either, but I get it. It doesn't have to be, because it's a counterweight to everything else that's out there. It's on at 10 o'clock at night. It's a continuation of the Fox audience, but the numbers that it's doing are unbelievable. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Now, here's one good moment, and I've been teasing this too much today because we had great guests. Here's a moment where Colbert, my read is he wasn't expecting fully what Jon Stewart did. Jon Stewart, mentor of sorts, comes on the Colbert Show, and they're talking about COVID, or at least Stewart gets into it, and he starts to talk. You have to remember, this is at a point in time where this was pretty controversial. And I'm looking at Colbert, and my gut says he really doesn't like where this is going. You know, it's a guy that he's very friendly with, mentor of sorts. You got to let him go. Here's where Stewart starts talking about COVID and the Wuhan virus.
Science has, in many ways, helped ease the suffering of this pandemic, which was more than likely caused by science. And that's kind of... Hold on one second. No. Now, listen.
It's coffee. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. What do you mean by that? Do you mean like perhaps there's a chance that this was created in a lab, there's an investigation?
A chance?
Well,
oh my
if there was
God.
evidence, I'd love to hear it.
There's a novel respiratory coronavirus overtaking Wuhan, China. What do we do? Oh, you know who we could ask? The Wuhan novel respiratory coronavirus lab. The disease is the same name as the lab. That's just a little too weird, don't you think? And then they ask the scientists, they're like, how did this... So wait a minute, you work at the Wuhan respiratory coronavirus lab. How did this happen? And they're like, a pangolin kissed a turtle. And you're like, no, the name of your lab. If you look at the name, let me see your business card. Show me your business card. Oh, I work at the coronavirus lab in Wuhan. Oh, because there's a coronavirus loose in Wuhan. How did that happen? Maybe a bat flew into the cloaca of a turkey and then it sneezed into my chili and now we all have coronavirus. Like, come on.
Wait a second.
Kind of doing an Indian guy, but that's okay.
Wait a second.
All right.
John.
Oh, my God. There's been an outbreak of chocolatey goodness near Hershey, Pennsylvania. What do you think happened? Like, oh, I don't know. Maybe a steam shovel mated with a cocoa bean. Or it's the chocolate factory. Maybe that's it.
That could be. All right. So, Dan, I'm listening to the audience here, and the audience, for whatever reason, is in agreement with him here. So if an audience of Colbert at that point's in agreement, because this was pretty much still controversial, and I know that's what Colbert was doing. Well, I don't know a whole lot about it. How, if an audience like that, is it just they're laughing because it's Jon Stewart? Was it so difficult to move people past a lot of the myths, a lot of the nonsense associated with COVID? It's remarkable to me. The number one thing, how hard is it to believe that China would do this, would cover it up, would see advantage in it, not care how many of its own people it killed? How hard is it to recognize that? Why did we go down the other path, which vied for supremacy, probably had supremacy at one point? But I thought that moment with Colbert, I wouldn't say he was completely caught off guard.
I think he was.
You think so?
Yeah. Because, I mean, this is a long coming time of Colbert essentially propagating for whoever it was, Pfizer, Moderna, and finally,
well, that's true.
And then you have Jon Stewart come in here, and I think Colbert was going to expect a friendly interview, and Stewart just shoved it right in his face, and I thought it was fantastic. I don't think Colbert. I think Colbert a lot of times I would expect his producers late night to do a lot of prep, pre-interview kind of stuff.
Can't do it with Stewart, right?
I don't think you can do that with Jon Stewart. I think he kind of just left turn there and
Yeah, I still think not quite as much. I still think he had to sense it, but you're right. It was embarrassing. It was difficult, and the audience loved it. So if they did, were they convinced by that point of reality of the whole thing that we went through? We still haven't had the reckoning on it. I don't know if it's going to come up in, say, the governor's race in Jersey. We've seen what happened with Randy Weingart and the teachers. We've seen all this. There just doesn't, in the presidential campaign, I wouldn't say there was any reckoning on it. People may have moved past it. America's school kids haven't moved past it. They were bad before. They're even more behind now because they were artificially kept out of school. And there's no effort enough, I think, to make up for it. But that was a moment on Colbert. So did they have on, was it Adam Schiff last night? I think they had Francis Collins on at one point this week, the boss, on paper at least, of Fauci. How in the world are these people not discredited? How in the world are they interesting still at this point? Once you go outside the field of entertainment, you better have somebody interesting. Or I don't get what late night TV's. I get what Fallon does. And we see the formula for Gutfeld. We've had people call in and talk about why they find it hilarious. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. We've gotten really emotional, great ones today. There was a time capsule over at Eisenhower Middle School that was open this week, 63 years after the fact. I don't know why this week, what the significance was. J.D. Mullane does a great job, covered it. Something you would put in your time capsule. We had a guy talked about baseball cards, and it was for money. Could be for money, could be for sentiment. Andrew, did we get yours? I forget now. What was
it was my mom's knitting stuff.
Oh, that's right.
Like a blanket.
Now I remember that. Yeah, we got Dan's. Mm-hmm. All right, and the Barco Lounger, and we had a guy, I thought he wanted to put traditional women in there. Was a little bit off-kilter. All right, 855-839-1210, but right now, it is time for...
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
And that's right. Today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025 on Saturday, July 26th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Dan?
Yes, Dom. Whoa, gosh, that American Coke's coming back with some indigestion now. Dead serious? I haven't had heartburn in a while.
During this break, I'm getting rid of these.
Okay, I'm better. Before the show, Dom, me and Andrew over here had a little meeting behind the scenes, and in the meeting, it just came up at one point that Andrew has a very odd taste in music. He said that when it came to Money Melody, when we were picking it today, maybe it's better that I do it just because he doesn't think many people would enjoy his taste of music. Well, he tells me, Dom, that all he listens to is the music he listens to at the gym and What is it, Christian music as well?
Well, yeah, you like church music and stuff, but when I'm at the gym, I listen to a very particular type of music. Yeah.
Okay,
well,
so
what is it?
Well, that's what it is. So it's a specific type of genre.
Oh, okay.
And we'll say it's within metal, the genre.
It's metal, but it's from very specific country. Is where it's from.
It's a different language, Dom.
Oh my God! This
So,
guy, what kind of gym is
and I don't know
guy?
what this is. It's weird. Like he listens to this different language commonly, the specific genre, while working out, and
I mean, they do sing in English too. It's not just this particular language. They do both.
But you have a sample of the particular.
Yes,
language.
I do.
Okay, here we go. Dom, this country, it's up there with the most islands of any country in the world. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll put that
Wow.
out there. And,
This is a very specific genre. My goodness.
I think it's
all right. You got to work to go to the Dave Matthews Band. I mean, that's what this comes down to.
Right in the same genre of music as Dave Matthews is where we
you'll win a pair of lawn tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025 on Saturday, July 26th at the Freedom Mortgage, but boy, that Coke. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
Right. I'm telling you, man.
Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. 855-839-1210. Jump in right now.
Rich Zeoli, I want you to join me for our next Politics and Pints with my special guest, Fox News superstar Giordano Caldwell, Thursday, July 31st, 7:30 p.m. Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Easy to get to. Jersey people, easy to get to. It's going to be a great night, but tickets are going to sell out. I don't want you to miss this. One night only. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. Get your tickets now. Politics and Pints with me and Giordano Caldwell, July 31st, 1210WPHT.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's right. All right. A little bit of Dan on a Friday. The complication and aided by a henchman, Andrew.
Don't blame me for this one. This is Andrew's weird taste in music.
Right. This is Jim music.
Sorry.
And we're looking for the genre.
The language.
Oh, the language.
Yeah, the genre's metal, but it's a specific type of metal
Okay.
from a certain country. We want to know what country that is, what language it is.
What country, what language? Let's hear it.
Delish.
All right, let's go to John in Moorestown. All right, John, what country, what language?
Would that be Greek?
No.
No. All right, no Greek here. All right, John in Harleysville on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, what's the country?
All right, would it be Germany?
I'm waiting for the judges.
No.
No. All right, we need that sounder here. Let's go.
Here we go.
Let's go to Trish in Westville, New Jersey. All right, Trish, what's your answer?
Hi, Dom.
Hi.
I'm going to say, is it Mongolian?
No.
No. All right. All right,
some
another
other clues.
clue. Yes.
Yeah, so Dom, it's actually the country that has the most islands in the world. Let's just say the elites really enjoy this place. There's a certain thing that happens on a yearly basis. And finally, Dom, a mastery of pop music. Believe it or not, coming out of this, not this genre, but because of a big win in the 70s, a lot of pop artists have come out of this country.
All right, Missy in Chester Springs. Missy, end this, please. Be a winner. What do you have?
Celtic, Irish.
No.
All right.
Uh-oh. That band, Dom, is ABBA. Where does ABBA come from? If you know where that is,
yeah. Pete's in Wilmington. They're big ABBA country. He's got to know. Pete, what's the answer?
Sweden. Sweden.
All right, there you go. All right, Pete, you're the winner. Enjoy the Dave Matthews Band. Again, pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025, Saturday, July 26th. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. They still, oh, God. I'm cleaning up the copy here at the
thank you.
Friday, July 25th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Word to the wise, once it gets into the copy, that's it. They can't be stopped. We've gone through this. We've had meetings on the 25th versus the 26th. Okay.
Who put a question mark on the teleprompter?
Yeah, there you go. That's right. So anything to add on that, Dan?
No, it's Sweden, Davos. We know about that. Most islands in the world. And what was the other factoid I gave? Pop music, because of the big win in Eurovision. That was written into a movie on Netflix starring Will Ferrell.
All right, we'll have more big prizes next week, every day around 2:13 or so. Dan or Henry, and this time Andrew, jumping in, create something for us. That's good. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Larry Krasner jumping in to the Epstein issue. I saw a big trial, the guy that really monitors Krasner, saying that he asked the question to Krasner at the weekly news conference, did you overcharge police officer Dial? Remember that? Eddie Azaria? In that the judge gave him parole after he spent 9 months or so in jail. You were excessive, and they ruled against you. Krasner said it was a silly question. But Krasner is all over Epstein. He tweeted out today, if you or anyone you know has information involving Jeffrey Epstein that ties back to my jurisdiction, contact our office. We don't care how rich or connected they are. Can you imagine this guy? People murdering stuff, shoplifting. What's the big deal? And the same thing with this cop. And Maureen Faulkner was on with the morning show today and talked about at the end of the police bike ride, if Larry Krasner were in the dunk tank. We have to do sometime I don't know. Maybe it gets too close to people getting too fired up. Who would you like to hit into a dunk tank? I did one once for Rizzo's. It was over at Cheltenham, Dan. And they stopped with the rules. They weren't throwing from like 10 or 15 feet. They let them come up close.
They dunked on you. They dunked on the dunk
tank. Yeah, and they thought it was fun. It was only, I think, 50 degrees out. I'll tell you, after about the third or fourth dunk, it was pretty tough. I had to go inside Cheltenham High School and change. I was frozen. No, a hot summer day, not too bad. But imagine Larry Krasner in the dunk tank. I think I would.
Who was the PD at that time that thought it'd be a good idea to put you in a dunk tank on a cold day?
Oh, they didn't care at WWDB.
Oh, it was back then. Okay, I didn't know someone.
It's a Wild West.
It was someone like a bone to pick with you. Like, we're gonna put
no. And I love Rizzo's and Butch Beal and the family, so I did it for them. But when they let you come up only 5 feet away, it becomes pretty ridiculous, and you can't say to you, you got to be a good sport. You're getting dunked every time. So I think Maureen said she'd like to see at the end of the race, I'll let her say it, Larry Krasner in the dunk tank. Imagine with cops coming up throwing bowling balls at the thing to dunk them, and the type of it would be.
Imagine the amount of money they'd raise.
Doesn't it tell us something that Krasner is that reviled in many circles? And who are the places that celebrate Larry Krasner? Well, they're people that he gives grants to, people that they believe nobody committed crime. All these murders and all these other things happen, and Larry's bringing them home. False. They're not innocent. They commit more crimes after he, quote, brings them home. Judge Dugan, we mentioned this again yesterday. You got to run, buddy. Come on. What is it going to take to run? I think you have a shot to win. But just know, Larry Krasner wants you to know, if there's anything here in Philadelphia about Epstein, he's going to be on it. He doesn't care how rich or protected they are. Well, Larry, how about paying your taxes then? That might be something you should consider. All right, 855-839-1210. I know that Republicans are coming up with polling to try to convince Judge Dugan that he could win. I think it's there. And the only question you have to ask is the people that voted for Dugan in the primary, would they vote against him now because he's not a Democrat? Really? If they voted for him then, I think they were voting for him because they know he's a union guy. They know he's a military guy. They know he's a compassionate judge. They know he's an Eagles fan. They know. I mean, is it believable that Larry Krasner is an Eagles fan? Can you imagine that? Or even the dorky thing he puts on with his people and his armed guards riding the subway and saying everybody should ride the subway when he goes to a Phillies game. Come on. Imagine sitting next to Larry Krasner at an Eagles game. Oh, my God. Particularly if the armed guards were not with him. All right, Maureen Faulkner, I'm kind of the warm-up act for that, is in the big bike event this weekend. I don't know if she's in the race against Stocker. It seems like the whole world is. And the bets are, and you're right, Greg looks pretty good. Like he's really been riding. Look good.
I still think Maureen would beat him.
All right. I know we'll put up her credentials because I know over the years she's done a lot of long distance biking, like trails, I believe, in her new state. And I did run into her in the hallway today. She was still fired up talking about Larry Krasner and her experience. I can't imagine the Fitzgeralds when you deal with this guy. I mean, I have to deal with him from afar, or he has to deal with me. I can't imagine having to deal with him around a loved one, around something like that. He disgusts me just from afar, without even that personal connection. It's beyond belief that Philadelphia has gone down this path, and the only hope at this point to stop this for 4 more years is Judge Dugan. I think he's an honorable guy and all. The Republicans, for once, are doing a good job. I think the polling would indicate it's doable. Does that mean he would definitely beat him? No. Krasner is the smartest, the most arrogant, the smuggest. When he takes his glasses off and cleans them looking at you, then all gloves are off. All right, Maureen Faulkner, who has just grown into the role as somebody that gives comfort, credibility to this movement that says, how in the world do we have a guy who literally hates cops? He hates their guts. as the DA? How do we have a guy that says he's the defense attorney with power, not a prosecutor, as DA? How is that even possible, even for Philadelphia? All right, she's straight ahead. We'll get a winner. Side question. We've had some great ones. Now, don't wait to the very end. We may not be able to get you. The time capsule over in Bucks County with the kids there, 63 years ago, was open this week. What would you like to put into a time capsule when you were a kid so that you still would have it? Dan, any more on YouTube or Twitter that you liked?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, throw them in there.
All right.
Throw 'em in the chat.
Yeah, jump in. 855-839-1210.
Your weekend forecast is going to be sun and clouds today with a high around 85, lows in the 70s tonight. Saturday, some showers moving in. You're going to expect some rain throughout the day into the evening. Highs around 85. Showers again on Sunday with a high getting up to about 92.
Hey, that's right. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right. The season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself to savings on heart healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, just call them at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. One place to go. Just go to res-q.com. Do it today.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano, get in. The winner this week, $50 gift card to the Great Gallows up there at Ron and the Boulevard. Bob Harvey, the Hard Bar. It's all there. Great stuff. Consider them, particularly weekends. All right, Maureen Faulkner, of course. When I saw her in the hallway today, never changes. Looks great. And I think Greg Stocker might be the underdog racing against her, 65 miles. This is going to be interesting to see the results on Monday. Let's go to Maureen. Hey, Maureen, great to see you today. And you strike me as somebody who's still biking quite a lot.
Yes. Walking and biking.
Okay,
Trying to keep my body in shape.
Yeah, so Greg Stocker, how do you size up this matchup? You were in the studio with him today. Come on.
You can take him, right, Maureen?
Right, Maureen?
Huh? What do you think, Greg?
Dan, I set the odds as 5-4 Faulkner.
Yeah, I think she's got this.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's a bad bet to put money on Greg for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Maureen, I've seen
it's like 10-1 for Nick. I mean, it's even worse odds.
He finished it last year, though.
Yeah, I know, but you've seen the shape that Marine's in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, Maureen, this is a great event for listeners. Give us an idea of what happens and what the purpose is.
Well, Bend to the Shore is a wonderful, wonderful charity. And first of all, the city of Philadelphia, it's so wonderful for everyone to come together and to enjoy each other, to love each other, and to give to police officers, firefighters, also for charity for children, people in need. I mean, if they have an after party as a fundraiser. Within the fundraiser, they have families that need help, and they have a fun live auction, DJ, Kids Zone, Dunk Tank, which I'm going to be in, by the way.
You're going to be in the Dunk Tank. Now, have you done the Dunk Tank before? Dawn is going to be dunking you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware, my experience with the Dunk Tank, and I know Rich has done it, was a 50-degree day, and they allow people to come up to like 5 feet and be throwing stuff. After the 7th or 8th dunk, it was pretty tough.
Maria, are you doing this after the race?
The water's clear, I'm fine.
Are you doing it?
Well, it gets dirty. The white water was dirty after a while. I don't know why.
Is the dunk tank happening Sunday, Maureen? And if so, is it before or after the race?
After.
Yes. It's Sunday.
Yeah, no. So if it's after the race, I feel like after doing all that time riding in that kind of hot weather, it's going to feel fantastic. 92-degree weather going into the water.
All right, Dan, we'll try it on you at Mulligan's. Let's have a dunk tank with Dan from a foot away.
I'm trying to make it better for more. I'm trying to look at the bright side in life, right?
So, Maureen, you on the morning show, too, told me in the hallway, and you thought, I said, sure, I endorse it. You could say it again, that you'd like to have a dunk tank with Larry Krasner. I mean, we would have to have lines blocks long.
How can we do this?
Yes.
Let's do it. I don't know if we can get like a big face of good old Larry the Liar.
Yeah.
And throw stuff at them. We got to figure out where we're going to throw them now.
Yeah, exactly. So Maureen, the ongoing battle, you still come back to Philadelphia, you still do things like this. And over the years, I mean, I saw at the very beginning until now how you've assumed the mantle of doing this. And you do it, though, with good cheer, with the ability to help these other widows. The events I've seen, you've been there. It could be 10 years after the fact, and the pain at certain moments in these public events becomes overwhelming, even though the FOP has a regular connection to people that have suffered that loss.
And so many people have suffered, mothers, fathers, husbands, wives, children, relatives, friends. We all have a part of our hearts are missing from the tragedy of losing a loved one from gunfire, from knives, from, sometimes from drugs. Civilian children, dying in the streets. It's a very, very sad thing, and I think we all need to pull together. And I personally would be very happy if Judge Dugan did try to get in.
Have you talked to him, Maureen? Did you consider talking to? I know the Republican Party locally, which I'm critical of, as you know, many times, but on this, they've been solid. They proved the write-in vote, and now they have a poll out there. And common sense tells me that he would have a reasonable chance here against Krasner, the people that voted for him before, independents and Republicans. And I know you would probably come and camp out here the last 2 weeks and be all out to drive people out.
I would do anything and everything I can to help him and to help the people of Philadelphia, because I love you guys. You stood behind me for 43 years of my life.
Wow.
And kept the man who brutally murdered my husband in prison. I could not have done it without you.
Well, I would say the thing I remember most, and I don't know if I just met you around that time, is the sister, the nun, and the remembrance at the cathedral of all places. That nun was remarkable. And then nationally, as this continues, and you had to deal with naming streets after him and all that, how many times do you think you've come back to Philadelphia? Did you ever count for various things like this? It's got to be over 100 over the years.
Hundreds of times, yes.
But I don't know if it's a silver lining from what I've seen, how you communicate. You were born for this, aside from the loss, the ability to do this with people and to relieve some of that pain. It's remarkable.
Yes. And in sorrow and in laughter, too, because I've had a lot of good times, like the one on Sunday that we're all going to have.
Absolutely, Maureen. Well, good luck. Here's the mission, though. You got to beat Greg Stocker. We'll worry about Larry Krasner later. Stocker is the target in this one.
Okay.
All right. Well, you know what? We'll hope to. Dan's writing it down. We got to get you on Monday and talk about this a little bit, the sights and sounds. And if you lose, you lose. Stocker looks in pretty good shape. We think he's doing something. He was chugging carbohydrates out here or something. Are there any drug tests, Dan, that are done? Are there drug tests? Is there doping tests done here? That's right. We'll tell him.
Hope not.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Maureen. Let's get Maureen on Monday and get a replay of this. Okay. All right. Here's how you get in. Final moment to get your name into the hat today. Then we'll pull it for the winner. $50 gift card to Gallows. Ro and I love going to Gallows. It is spectacular. The price is right. Try the seafood salad. Ro's favorite. All right, 855-839-1210. Right up there in the Boulevard, Ron Street. Say hello to Jim Harvey. Thank him for doing this each week as our prize for you. Hit us with something that you would put into, if you were back as a child, you'd put into that time capsule. It was a big event over at the Eisenhower School. And I was thinking about Eisenhower. I think they said this week there were 22, something like that, schools / other things named after Eisenhower. It doesn't seem like we name enough after presidents. I don't know how many Obamas. I think Willenboro named something. I don't know how many Obamas. And Trump, it's going to be brutal, the naming rights here around that. Biden, who would do that? All right. 855-839-1210. Jump in.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Cioli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind, providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity. Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, the number 4, the letter U.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here with exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Cioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. And, that's our side question game every day and the end of the week. The big game out there is Jeopardy. Sad to report, I'm looking at this that just came down, that Ken Jennings of Jeopardy says that he would never vote for Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom is trying to triangulate, remember that, Bill Clinton, against trans kids. So he's opposing Gavin Newsom, not because of how he's decimated California and everything else, but because he's not sticking up for trans kids enough. All right, when we watch Jeopardy tonight, keep that in mind. Nice, Ken Jennings. Wow. The Earl of Tacony. Earl, what's yours today?
Real quick, Pepsi makes a cane sugar variety of soda.
Okay.
They call it Pepsi Throwback. I stopped buying soda when they instituted the soda tax, but if I do buy it, I will go to a store out of the city and pick up the Throwback instead of the regular. And surprisingly enough, the 12-pack is the same, whether you get corn syrup or cane sugar.
Okay. I would tell you the cane sugar was superior taste. Even smell was unbelievable. But what do you have on the side?
That's why I always get the sugar. I misunderstood the question because I didn't really get the details until just now. I was just going to say pump coins. I mean, depending on how he's viewed in the future, just to open up a time capsule and to see, his face on a coin, and depending on how he's remembered, either people would be extremely ecstatic or extremely frightened.
Thank you very much. Joe of Exton, Talk Radio 1210. What's yours, Joe?
He's got a great answer.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dom.
Hi.
And good afternoon. I would like to preserve and put into a time capsule the wedding picture of my parents.
All right, Joe, would you like to give us any more on that?
Did you lose him at some point?
No, he's what?
Yeah,
what?
The large picture that you have on your wall in your home.
Okay. All right,
your
Joe.
parents' wedding.
Thank you, Joe. Very nice. Pat in Lehigh Valley. All right, Pat, what's yours?
Hey, I just changed it. The penny.
Yes. The penny. All right. Well, it still would be around to. I get what she's saying, though.
Yeah, I think Earl screwed everyone up there with his answer.
Yeah, that would be into the
he
future.
Went the reverse.
Yeah,
he's looking. Earl put something from now that he'd like to.
In the future.
We were looking
penny.
for something from your past.
Yeah, from the past. If we did future, penny would be good.
What a bum lightning round that was. Boo.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it gets confusing. I thought we did a good job.
All right, we got to pick today's.
All right. Yes, Stan. Tell me who you like.
Joe had umbilical cords.
That was unusual.
Yeah. I also Phil in Delaware baseball cards went with the monetary side of things.
Right.
Said if he saved all his 50s and 60s baseball cards now, he'd probably have millions. Doug of King in Prussia, also kind of a similar answer. A very rare Kenner SSP toy eraser, said he wished he had. I really think, are we going to go with the gross answer of Joe's, or I think Phil might have the best answer.
I think Phil did.
Yeah, with the baseball
even
cards.
though and it was a great call, the way he said it. Yeah, the baseball, even though he had a different ulterior motive. Let's put him into the hat.
Yeah.
Let's review the week, and let's draw.
Yeah, Dom. So Monday, we asked for who was someone that's perfectly cast in a movie or TV show. Earl of Tacony took the day with Morgan Freeman as Nelson Mandela in Invictus. It was such a good casting that there was actually a billboard in India celebrating the life of Nelson Mandela, and they made the mistake of putting Morgan Freeman's character in Invictus instead.
Very good one.
Tuesday, media associated with jail or prison. That can be a TV show, film, song. Joe in Columbus took the day with The Green Mile. Really struck me in Henry's chord there because we are both big fans of that film. Wednesday, all-time snakes, backstabbers, Scott and Mount Laurel. J.R. Ewing takes the day. Thursday, advice to a new father. Joe of Columbus wins it twice this week, Dom. Don't allow too many cooks in the kitchen. Know that you are the number one priority for your child, not some random stranger. So make sure to be in your child's life. Friday, Dom, you just heard a baseball card. So, Andrew, please give me that drum roll if you could. It's on the
right.
There it is. Woo! I got a 5, Dom. 5 Friday. I guess that's Phil. Delaware. Baseball
Phil
cards.
in Delaware, you are going off to the
Look at that, today's winner.
deliciosity. And of Jim Harvey, they'll welcome you at Gallows. Great seafood.
Harv's Burger Bar.
Harv's Burger Bar, right there on the boulevard around Ron in middle of Northeast Philadelphia. Say hello to him for us. And Jim, thanks for doing that.
You go to gallowsandburgerbar.com.
Yeah, $50 gift card for that. So Monday we're going to have some great prizes, too, on several different levels. Scott Presler will be here. Great tour of duty from Andrew these last couple days this week, sitting in for Henry, who's off on some wedding. Andrew, your biggest takeaway from this, do you think I'm impatient now?
No, not at all.
Come on.
The only thing I was going to say was the whole thing about the Mexican Coke and the American Coke. You know, you came to a confident decision.
Right. There you go.
And that's, the kids listening and the kids watching are going to know that Dom is confident in Mexican soda. So
yes, as much as I hate to say it, there is a clear difference.
And bumping on what Andrew said, it's nice to know that when it seems that your opinion has legitimately changed on that today, and you're someone that when that happens, you are ready to admit it. So
thank you.
Not everybody can say that.
Yeah. I am not going to change on capital punishment. You know what?
Many topics you'll never change on, but Mexican Coke is one you will.
That might be a side question or a big list on Monday. I got to write that down. Things I know I will never change on. Capital punishment, gravy, not sauce.
How did I know that was coming up?
What was the thing with women? A big hair. Let me write that one down. All right.
40-yard football throw. Driving with 2 feet. You'll
driving
never,
with 2 feet.
Andrew, this guy drives with his left foot on the brake pedal.
Well, that's on it.
The first thing I did when I started to drive, I had one foot on each pedal. And
when you were 15 years old.
And my dad was like, no, that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it.
It's not on the pedal. It's easy to do just off, and then you just put it on. It's not a big deal. Broken ankles.
You're very confident.
Hovering above the pedal.
Hovering above. It's a hover movement.
Yeah, it's a hover.
AI can't even do that. All right. This week, Nick, Dawn will be there, Maureen Faulkner, and Greg Stocker. We'll give full results on Monday.
GregStockerSucks.com. I don't believe it. I don't agree with it, but that's where you go.
You can contribute, but 65 miles. And I think Nick was extremely confident that he's going to make it and win. We'll have full results on Monday. Follow me on Twitter until then, at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Thanks to Dan, too, running out, getting the Mexican Coke drink. And the other Coke, it's bad. Come on, RFK Jr. I'll help you on this one. Just stay in your lane with stuff like this, and we're going to win. Richie always in-house today for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Linda Kenyon. An explosion at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department training facilities killed at least 3 people. Sheriff Robert Luna speaking to the media just moments ago.
At this time, we do not know the